war unleashed by Israel's pursuit of the threat posed by Iran's nuclear program. The war unleashed by Israel's pursuit of the threat posed by Iran's nuclear program has revealed many cracks. Not least in Israel's so-called Iron Dome missile defense system. Once again, the night skies over Tel Aviv were striated by Iranian missiles, some of them evading Israel's high-tech shield. Our correspondent was on the ground.
It is just coming up to 5 a.m. The strike happened about half an hour ago. You can see behind me, the fire crews are trying to put out something. Over to the side, we've got fire crews and search and rescue crews in a building over there. To the front of it has couple of days. This is the heart of Tel Aviv. Surrounded here, huge amounts of buildings and huge amounts of people.
Although many here have access to a shelter, there have been multiple deaths. In the Tel Aviv suburb of Petah Tikva, daylight brings a chance to inspect what's left.
After we received the alerts at night, we entered to the safe room. We waited. There was a siren. Within a minute and a half after the siren, we felt supersonic booms up there, very strong booms. Half a minute later, we felt the explosion inside the apartment, inside the building. We waited until they told us that we can exit the safe room. Thank God the safe room saved us, big time.
Iran also retaliating against Israeli infrastructure. Missiles hit the oil refinery in Haifa, although no casualties were reported there. Details of Israel's continued assault on Iran are much harder to verify. Israel says it's targeting military leadership and nuclear sites. In the city of Mashhad by Iran's Afghan border, Israel attacked a refueling aircraft. Worshippers at the shrine start to run in confusion. A daylight strike on Tehran, purpose and target unclear, left many needing urgent hospital care. Iran's state media says 224 people have now been killed in Israeli attacks, of which they say 90% are civilians. Few people have shelters here, and there's no Iron Dome protecting population centers. Israel are now saying this isn't just about preventing Iran from getting nukes, but regime change.
We are now confronting the two greatest threats to our existence, the Iranian nuclear threat and the threat of Iranian ballistic missiles. These are existential threats, and we are acting to stop them.
The risk is it may just accelerate Iran's ambition for a bomb, pushing the beleaguered and elderly leadership into a corner, with many of their significant military and intelligence figures already killed.
We
are by no means seeking to expand the war, but naturally, as our army, our powerful Revolutionary Guard Corps, and our dear people have shown, appropriate responses have been given so far. The more they try to escalate, naturally, the responses will become tougher and more severe. More innocent people may lose their lives.
There are reports that President Trump, who's now arrived for the G7, personally vetoed Israel's plan to assassinate Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, though this is denied by the Israelis.
I hope there's going to be a deal. I think it's time for a deal, and we'll see what happens, but sometimes they have to fight it out, but we're going to see what happens. I think there's a good chance there'll be a deal.
Thousands of miles from the Canadian Rockies, Israel appears to be achieving at least some of its goals, as global calls for de-escalation so far fall on deaf ears.
What do you think Israel is trying to achieve here? Do you think this is about nuclear disarmament or regime change?
The answer is complicated a little bit. It is first and foremost for the nuclear project. Iran has not come to any agreement with the U.S. administration, talking for 5 rounds of talks. There were indications, intelligence indications, that Iran was starting to do things that were in the direction of weaponization. and that is above the report of the IAEA that Iran has enough quantity of enriched uranium, high enriched uranium, for more than 10 devices if it decides to do it. So that was the first and the most important aim of the attack. Then there was also, as it was published by the Israeli government, the issue of the missiles, the ballistic missiles. Iran was producing more and more, and we see now the devastating capabilities of these missiles in Israel. As you know, there are a lot of casualties and very many houses that are destroyed. And the third might be also the regime. But this is not a direct aim, direct goal of the attack. It might deteriorate to that point in time, but it's not one of the goals.
That's interesting because it's been reported that Donald Trump has told Israel to abandon a plan to kill Ayatollah al-Khamenei. Do you think that Netanyahu will heed that? And do you think that was the plan?
So formal Israel has denied that there was a plan and that there was no coming from Washington. I assume the correct answer is somewhere between, and probably the issue was this or other way raised between Israel and the US, even if Israel didn't put it yet as one of the targets, but following the other assassinations of the head of the IRGC, the head of the military, the intelligence and others, and Shamkhani, who was the advisor to the leader, but was previously a defense minister and also head of the National Security Council. So I assume the issue was on the table, and I do think that, as I hear from Washington, that they said this should be out of the list.
And what do you think the ramifications of that would be were it to happen?
I personally think that Khamenei should be out of the excluded from the list of those who might be assassinated, because he is the head of a state. That doesn't mean that he is not also responsible for the IRGC and for all the malign activity of the IRGC in the Middle East and in Europe, in terror activities, but still he is the head of a state. Others think that he is head of a state that is a terror supporting state, and therefore he is different from others. But we'll see how things develop.
And to what extent do you see the US getting involved in this?
From the time being, I don't see the US being involved in operational attack. I do see the US involved in the defense of Israel. That's known. It's not a secret. And I think there is a lot of cooperation between Israel and the US, but not the US for the time being is not part of the attack on Iran.
There's been a big push for diplomacy from Israel's allies. Do you see this escalating? How do you see this playing out?
I think that we are just in the beginning. It's only the fourth day since Israel started. I think it's only the beginning, and it will take some days probably until diplomacy can get in. And I think that one of the issues of the goals of the attack was to bring Iran back to the negotiating table with a different position than it was before, and actually willing to give up the enrichment. I don't know if it will happen. I have my big doubts about that. But if Iran decides to do it, of course, the war will end and the negotiations with the US will start. But I don't think we are there yet.
What do you think Iran's leadership will do next? What do you expect to see from them?
I think they are, first of all, standing in a very, very dear situation, a very a surprise one. They didn't think Israel is going to do it. They didn't think Israel has all these capabilities that were shown in the first days. And I think there is a huge turmoil within the leadership. But
Trump says he's out of patience, but he still insists that he has not made a final decision on whether U.S. troops will be attacking Iran. Moments ago, Trump wrapped up a meeting with his security team in the Situation Room. And we have new video into CNN tonight showing an Iranian missile flying over Jerusalem. The pace of that barrage has changed. We are learning that a third U.S. aircraft carrier, the USS Ford, will now be making its way toward the conflict between Israel and Iran, what is clearly already an air war. The Ford is the newest, largest, and most advanced U.S. aircraft carrier. Trump saying tonight he hasn't yet decided how involved the U.S. will become in this war.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war.
He said there's no reason for this to be a war, but Trump made it clear today to Iran that when it comes to the U.S. involvement, time is of the essence.
Mr. President, have you given the Iranians an ultimatum?
You could say so. Right? They know what's happening. Maybe you could call it the ultimate ultimatum, right?
But Iran today sent this letter to the UN, 3 pages. An Iranian source shared it with me. It says that there is undeniable evidence of direct United States involvement in the war against Iran. Those are the words they use. And the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, seemingly unfazed by Trump's ultimatum. Instead, he issued this threat to Trump.
America's involvement in this matter will be 100% at their loss. The loss they receive will probably be much more than the damage Iran will bear.
Yeah, Ayatollah also saying Iran will not surrender. So when you have ultimatums responding, and then they respond with will not surrender, obviously that's not a good place to be. Trump was asked by our Elena Treen about the Ayatollah's refusal to surrender. He said this.
Say good luck.
When does your patience run out?
It's already running out. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
And tonight, we have exclusive video into Out Front. I'll show you what this is. This is from the Iranian filmmaker Pouria Nouri. She is in Tehran. Not many images coming out of Tehran, and certainly not many from that aren't state media. So this is important. This is from a real person who tells us, quote, I hear and witness numerous explosions throughout the day and night. I wake up each morning to the shaking of walls and windows in my home. While the shadow of war looms over the lives of Iranian citizens, the solidarity among the people of Iran has grown stronger than ever. And that is a crucial question, because after a bomb is dropped, if one is, you then deal with, well, is it going to be a civil war in a country with 90+ million people? And does the U.S. own it? We're going to take you to the ground in Tehran in just a moment, where Fred Pleiken and his team are now the first Western journalists to enter Iran since this latest conflict with Israel began. I begin, though, with Jeff Zeleny. He is at the White House tonight. And Jeff, we know Trump just wrapped up that security meeting just moments ago. What are you learning happened there, and as to whether any decisions have been made?
Aaron, tonight, President Trump is no longer in the West Wing of the White House. We know that because the Marine standing at his post right outside the West Wing doors is no longer there. That means the president is in the residence of the White House and, of course, still contemplating all of this. But that meeting in the Situation Room is just the one of a series of meetings and conversations the president had all day long. He started this day here at the White House, as we all well know, saying, I may do it, I may not do it. No one knows what I'm thinking. That was a message to his supporters and detractors alike, of course. But even as I am speaking to you right now, Aaron, I can hear some protests on Pennsylvania Avenue in the distance, urging the president to not go to war. But of course, he is hearing from a variety of advisors. And I am told that even as plans are being made across the government, we've seen the military, of course, fall into a line to fortify U.S. Troops in the region should there be an attack. But also the discussion is on the aftermath of an attack, not simply the idea of striking the nuclear program in Iran. It's on the aftermath of that. And that is what is really hanging over, I am told, the entire question here that the president is really trying to wrestle with. Is he going to engage in a protracted war, something he has long campaigned and waged against? He's been such a critic in all of his time in public life as a candidate of the Bush administration's decision to enter, of course, the Middle East war in such different different circumstances there. So I'm told he is thinking about the aftermath, and he does believe, I'm told, a strike is possible without getting involved in a long entanglement, Aaron. But that is very, very much an open question. We all remember back some 2 decades ago when it seemed military strikes and an ouster of a leader would be quick and easy. It was anything but that. Aaron.
Yeah, we all remember, right? The statues toppled, and everybody thought, okay, great, now you go home the victor. And, well, God knows we all saw what happened then over the next 2 decades. Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much. And I want to go to Fred Pleitgen. As I said, incredible work here. He has just arrived on the ground in Tehran. Fred's team is the first team of Western journalists to enter Iran since this latest conflict with Israel began. And Fred, what are you seeing there tonight?
We've been both hearing and seeing anti-aircraft fire in the skies over Tehran. Also, some pretty loud thuds could be heard as well. It's unclear whether or not those are possible airstrikes or maybe even interceptions by the air defense forces here. But one thing that is clear going through the streets of Tehran is that they are pretty empty, and most of the shops are also closed. As we were driving into the city, we did see a decent amount of traffic going in the other direction, trying to get out of town. And we know that a lot of people have left town since the Israeli airstrikes began here. But at the same time, the traffic was still somewhat flowing. One of the other things that we noticed as well, and we did drive through a substantial part of Iran to get to this place, is that in many other places, it appears to be almost business as usual. There were a lot of cars on the road. There were factories that appeared to be working. Also a lot of trucks that were driving on the street as well. And folks that we spoke to on the ground were basically saying they were just trying to get by and continue the way that they had been before. Nevertheless, of course, people here in Tehran understand that the situation for them could be dangerous, and many have actually left the city. And this comes as the Iranians are vowing to fight on. The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he came out and said that Iran and the Iranian nation would never surrender. Of course, what the Iranians have been doing is, in the face of the airstrikes that have been coming in, have been lobbing their missiles towards Israeli territory. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Tehran.
All right, thanks so much to Fred. And I want to go now to the former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett. Prime Minister, I appreciate your time. And I know you're in central Israel tonight. You just heard Fred Pleitgen talking about some of the traffic going out of Tehran. And I know we've all seen the images right over the weekend of the bumper-to-bumper traffic. From where you sit right now, would it be the right thing for Tehran to be essentially evacuated? Would that be the right thing to do?
Well, in specific areas that we're targeting, which are military facilities or regime apparatus facilities, we notify that in advance in order to minimize civilian deaths and allow people to evacuate. So from those particular areas, it's a good idea. Yeah, well, we recommend, and we're telling the citizens to move out for the time being.
So I want to play again, Prime Minister, I know you heard this, but for anyone who has not, what Trump said today, because he talked about the Fordo nuclear site, right? Obviously the crucial one, where we understand that a lot of the nuclear apparatus is buried potentially 300 or more feet underground. Here's what he said.
We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. I haven't made a decision.
Prime Minister, I'm actually curious about something specific. I know that what we understand is that when it comes to an actual bomb to do it, that the United States is the one with the capability to do that. That's what he's referring to. But I'm curious as to whether Israel has other ways. I mean, whether that could be commandos or something else. But do you believe that Israel has the capability in any other way to take out the Fordo nuclear site without American help?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to get into operational plans, but I will say that as the war progresses, as Iran's air defenses diminish and it weakens, obviously that presents new possibilities that didn't exist before.
Good evening. We begin tonight with President Trump late today spending more than an hour in the Situation Room with his national security team. President Trump has called for Iran's...
Trump says he's out of patience. All right, thanks so much to Fred. And I want to go now to the former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett. Prime Minister, I appreciate your time. And I know you're in central Israel tonight. You just heard Fred Pleitgen talking about some of the traffic going out of Tehran. And I know we've all seen the images right over the weekend of the bumper-to-bumper traffic. From where you sit right now, would it be the right thing for Tehran to be essentially evacuated? Would that be the right thing to do?
Well, in specific areas that we're targeting, which are military facilities or regime apparatus facilities, we notify that in advance in order to minimize civilian deaths and allow people to evacuate. So from those particular areas, it's a good idea. Yeah, well, we recommend and we're telling the citizens to move out for the time being.
So I want to play again, Prime Minister, I know you heard this, but for anyone who is not, what Trump said today, because he talked about the Fordo nuclear site, right? Obviously the crucial one, where we understand that a lot of the nuclear apparatus is buried potentially 300 or more feet underground. Here's what he said.
We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all. I haven't made a decision.
Prime Minister, I'm actually curious about something specific. I know that what we understand is that when it comes to an actual bomb to do it, that the United States is the one with the capability to do that. That's what he's referring to. But I'm curious as to whether Israel has other ways. I mean, whether that could be commandos or something else. But do you believe that Israel has the capability in any other way to take out the Fordo nuclear site without American help?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to get into operational plans, but I will say that as the war progresses, as Iran's air defenses diminish and it weakens, obviously that presents new possibilities that didn't exist before.
Good evening. We begin tonight with President Trump late today spending more than an hour in the Situation Room with his national security team. President Trump has called for Iran's unconditional surrender amid this growing conflict with Israel. The president saying the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is hiding, but that he doesn't want him to be killed, quote, for now. Members of the president's national security team seen leaving the White House after that meeting this afternoon in the Situation Room. The president returning abruptly last night from the G7 summit in Canada so he could, according to the White House, attend to many important matters. President Trump posted a warning to the 10 million people of Iran's capital saying, quote, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran with no further explanation. Traffic you can see right there backed up for miles. Tonight, the two sides continuing to trade attacks, Israel releasing video of what they say is their pilots tracking mobile missile launchers through the streets of Iran, taking them out. And tonight, Iran sending missiles just moments ago into Israel. There are growing questions at this hour. What is President Trump, what is the U.S. now considering? ABC's chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce leading us off tonight.
Tonight, as Israeli missiles find their targets in Iran, President Trump with this demand to the Iranian regime, unconditional surrender. Adding this threat, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now, saying our patience is wearing thin. Trump has been urging Iran to negotiate a nuclear deal, but now...
I should have done the deal. I told him, do the deal. So I don't know, I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate now.
Tonight, Iran's supreme leader posting ominously, the battle begins. As Iranian missiles continue to fall on Israel. Our Ian Panel in Tel Aviv.
We just heard the first sound there of an intercept, so we're going to have to disappear. But this is another round of Iranian strikes on Israel.
The Iranian army's commander saying the operations carried out so far have merely been warnings for deterrence, and a punitive operation will be executed soon. Israel releasing this video claiming to show Israeli fighter jets tracking Iranian mobile missile launchers through the streets of Tehran before blowing them up. In Tehran, terrified residents racing to escape, traffic gridlocked and long gas lines after Trump posted this warning, saying everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran with no further explanation. The president today meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room as Israel ups the pressure on the U.S. to intervene militarily to destroy Iran's nuclear program. Only the U.S. has the 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb capable of reaching Iran's deeply buried nuclear site. Trump now weighing his options, saying he's looking for something, quote, better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent?
Or giving up entirely.
Is that
All right, so let's get right to Mary Bruce. She's live at the White House tonight. Mary, tonight, obviously, Israel targeting Iran. Iran now retaliating at this hour. The big question this evening with what President Trump said about the supreme leader and President Trump's warning for the people of Tehran to evacuate. The obvious question, if and when the U.S. could play a more direct role in this conflict.
And David, as we are seeing these images of Israeli strikes in Iran, I've just learned that President Trump spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu earlier today as the U.S. military is already moving warplanes and assets to the region, if needed, to defend American personnel. And that big question now weighing on the president tonight, whether to push for negotiations or join Israel's campaign and bomb Iran. David.
Mary Bruce will be following this into the evening here. Mary, thank you.
Joining us now, NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander, Senior Fellow of Middle East and Africa Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, Stephen Cook. Also with us, a lead negotiator for the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, Robert Malley. He's now a lecturer at Yale University and the author of a new book out in September called Tomorrow is Yesterday, Life, Death, and the Pursuit of Peace in Israel-Palestine. All right, Peter, I'm hoping you can give us a little bit more clarity about the decision to use the term we in these social media posts.
Well, here's what we can tell you with certitude. We don't know exactly what the president's referring to when he says we. Clearly, he is claiming some credit for the situation taking place in the skies over Iran right now. You remember ahead of these strikes, the president last week was pushing for diplomacy. Now, a very different message from this president only a short time ago in all caps on his preferred megaphone, Truth Social, posting unconditional surrender, calling for Iran's unconditional surrender, citing the possibility of killing the supreme leader there, referring, as you note, to the efforts taking place over Iran right now as we, the president, with this seeming threat, at least a warning to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying that we know exactly where he's hiding, is an easy target. We're not going to take him out or kill him, at least not for now. We should note that just last week, NBC News was told that the president had rejected a proposal by the Israelis, which would have targeted the supreme leader of Iran. Now, perhaps the message appears to be changing a bit. And again, to the point about we have complete and total control of the skies over Iran, of course, the U.S. has no fighter jets, to our knowledge, that are flying there right now. They have been helping Israel shoot down incoming weapons that have been targeting Iran. But, Katie, to your point, all of this ahead of a Situation Room meeting we're told should be starting either within this hour or certainly soon. The president is going to be speaking with his national security advisors with a real significant decision to make about whether the U.S. should weigh in directly in this war or should continue to pursue a more peace-type deal effort. The president yesterday and again today indicating that he seems to be in no mood to negotiate at this time. Katie?
At the very least, Peter, it seems like they want to appear as if they are standing side by side on Israel and that they're willing to go as far as it takes. They want to appear that way. And what's interesting is the way that it's fractured his coalition, the MAGA base. You have Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon saying it's a bad idea. Donald Trump going after Tucker Carlson. But then J.D. Vance, who's long been the holder of America First below Donald Trump, don't get involved in foreign entanglements, didn't even want to bother with Ukraine. Peter, he posted a really lengthy message on social media that was directed at everybody questioning this. And he's talking about civilian nuclear power versus uranium enrichment. He's calling them distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. What is the significance of J.D. Vance getting involved in this and getting so firmly behind Donald Trump on at least, again, appearing as if the United States is going to attack Iran alongside Israel?
Well, there's a lot of ways to read this, and I think it's important that people sort of get an understanding that we don't know exactly what is going to happen here, but it does make a couple indications. One, it almost sounds like J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States, is sort of priming Americans, preparing Americans for the potential that the U.S. will get further involved in what's taking place between Israel and Iran right now. Obviously, as you have indicated, that would go against sort of the president's America First messaging, at least at first glance at this point, right? The bottom line is this is an America First president who is calling for the end of these idiotic foreign entanglements, as J.D. Vance refers to them. But now he says that the president has earned has earned trust on this issue, and he indicates that the president's primary concern, to the point of America First, is that no American assets, interests, or personnel are harmed in that region. Obviously, if Americans are targeted or hurt, the president would be quick to get involved. The question is, absent that, is the president still motivated to further engage? It requires a B-2 bomber, a 30,000-pound bomb, bunker-busting bomb, as you noted, that only United States has right now. Is what we're seeing right now enough for the U.S. to get involved directly?
So just on what's happening right now, loud explosions have been heard in Tehran, according to our NBC News team that's on the ground. The IDF has just sent out a notice saying they've completed missile strikes and storage strikes in the heart of Iran. Rob, I want to ask you the question of, will this pressure Iran to fold, to come to the negotiating table and to, I don't know, get rid of their nuclear program, whatever the demands are from the Israelis and the Americans? Is this the sort of pressure that will make them move? You know pretty well, as somebody was the last person, the last group of people to negotiate directly with Iran on their nuclear program.
So it depends, coming to the negotiating table, they never wanted to leave it. So I don't think that's the question. It really is what you're asking. Are they prepared to agree to the unconditional surrender that President Trump just demanded? It's very hard for me to imagine that. I mean, this is a regime that has built its whole narrative over the notion of resistance and self-reliance. So they could make concessions. I could imagine today they're in a mood to make more concessions than a week ago. But if you're talking about a complete surrender, complete capitulation, that not only exposes them to more demands by the U.S. and Israel, but also potentially to domestic contestation, and that's something that would be more existential for them.
There is a lot of debate today about what the best plan of action is, what is going to be the best way to get Iran to negotiate and to successfully negotiate in the eyes of Israel and Iran. Thomas Friedman had an op-ed in the New York Times, and there's always been a lot of criticism on Friedman for the Iraq War and his support of it, initially at least. And he's arguing that the best way to get Iran to fold is for the United States to give Israel everything it wants to destroy Iran's nuclear capability, give them the bunker-busting bomb, or fly the plane that's needed, give them that, allow them to have that capability, and that will force Iran to fold. That sort of pressure will leave them no other choice. Do you agree with that?
Listen, I don't know where we've seen precedent for that in the Middle East. Certainly in the case of countries that have been subjected to that kind of pressure, their tendency for a regime like the Iranian regime is not to capitulate without being able to save face, because again, that could affect their capacity to continue to rule at home. So very hard for me to see. I think a more likely scenario in that, if it's what you describe, is for the regime to try to hunker down, absorb the blows, and wait. For them, this is a long movie. It doesn't end in a day, in a week, in a month, even in a year. Hunker down and wait for the time where they could reassert themselves, and that could be in the far distant future.
Stephen, what about the rest of the region here? How are they viewing this? Because Iran is certainly no friend to a lot of the neighboring countries.
Well, it really depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, even the Egyptians, they will be publicly critical of the Israelis and what they've been doing, while privately admiring Israel's technical proficiency and hoping that this brings the Iranians finally to heel, whether there is actually regime change there or the Iranians are weakened enough that they no longer menace the region. Remember, the Iranians have spent decades building proxy forces that have sowed chaos throughout the region. They've been building this nuclear program that has also menaced the region. There's really no love lost among the major Arab states for the Iranians, despite whatever rapprochement they've had with them over the course of the last year or so.
What about the likelihood or the prospect of the U.S. getting more directly involved? Again, Donald Trump is saying we. He's saying we know where Khomeini is. We can find him if we want to. What is the risk for the United States to get directly involved, Stephen?
Well, there are significant risks. We've seen the United States get involved in conflicts and have a very hard time getting itself out. This may be something different. The Iranian people maybe take matters into their own hands. That certainly has been an unstated or barely unstated goal of the Israelis, is to weaken the regime to the extent that Iranians can take matters into their own hands. But even if Donald Trump had the inclination to go in and do nation building, he's basically neutered those parts of the U.S. government that are charged with doing that kind of thing if we were going to do it. So there are risks of getting involved in a conflict. As Rob has pointed out, this is a regime that's going to hang on and hunker down and use whatever resources it has at its disposal until it is forced to unconditional surrender. So one bombing run may not be it for the United States. And we know that Donald Trump doesn't have a lot of patience for foreign entanglements.
What would an acceptable, Rob, new nuclear deal be for the Iranians? Does it look like the JCPOA, or would they be willing to go farther to get rid of their uranium enrichment entirely?
Again, as I said, and first of all, I think Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy, had some creative ideas that might have succeeded if the diplomacy had been given more of a chance, more time. Who knows? At this point, certainly the JCPOA is dead, and Iran can't aspire to something even resembling it. Could it even get what Steve Witkoff had put on the table, which was this idea of a regional consortium in which Iran would participate, and they might have been able to enrich uranium until such time as that consortium was set up? Again, that was a creative idea. I don't know right now whether either President Trump and certainly not Prime Minister Netanyahu are in the mood to contemplate.
Breaking news, we're learning that President Trump has now reviewed attack plans for Iran. For now, though, he is holding off to see if Iran steps away from its nuclear program. A White House official telling CNN, quote, all options remain on the table. It comes as Israel is waiting to see whether Trump will attack Iran with one of America's most powerful weapons, a 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb. And Brian Todd is out front with a special report. More on this weapon that has actually never been used in combat.
It's a sophisticated, frightening piece of weaponry designed to hit targets like some of Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities deep underground.
They're buried so deep, and no other bomb would be able to certainly destroy them.
The GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, also known as the bunker buster, the largest non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military's arsenal. Designed, the Air Force says, to reach and destroy weapons of mass destruction in well-protected facilities. The bunker buster is roughly 20 feet long, weighs 30,000 pounds, with 6,000 pounds of high explosives. The Israelis don't have them, nor the means to deliver them. Only the U.S. does, and there is no public record that they've ever been used in combat.
The United States has never encountered a target that required a bomb of this size. We have other very, very large bombs, such as the Moab, which is the mother of all bombs, as they say.
That mother of all bombs, weighing more than 21,000 pounds, was dropped by U.S. forces on ISIS targets in Afghanistan in 2017. But the bunker buster, even heavier. Experts say the bunker buster has a thick, hard shell designed to withstand the impacts of the ground and plunge to the depths it needs to reach, with explosives in a fuse that also needs to be robust enough to penetrate the ground. The bunker buster doesn't have the biggest blast area, experts say, because it's designed to burrow into the ground before exploding. The only plane that can carry the bunker buster, the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, flown by a two-pilot crew, capable of flying about 6,000 nautical miles without refueling and eluding an enemy's most sophisticated defenses. The likely target of the bunker buster, if the U.S. were to get involved in this conflict, Fordo, an Iranian nuclear enrichment site buried deep under a mountain, beneath possibly 300 feet of rock. A key question, could the bunker buster really damage Fordo significantly? Experts say the bunker buster can penetrate about 200 feet into the ground, maybe more. But if the key targets at Fordo are about 300 feet under?
One bomb isn't going to penetrate that. You're going to have multiple hits at the same spot. Drop a bomb, another B-2 comes in, drops another bomb in the crater of the first.
Another key question is, would a strike on the Fordo nuclear facility cause a large radiation leak? 3 experts who spoke to CNN say a radiation leak would likely be limited to the immediate area, and a strike would likely not pose the same kind of catastrophic consequences that bombing a nuclear reactor would. Aaron?
All right, Brian, thank you very much. I want to go to retired Colonel Mark Cancian. He oversaw the U.S.'s development acquisition of these bunker buster bombs. So, Colonel, you know about these bombs more than anybody, extensive knowledge of this bunker buster bomb, the one that could be used here, the GBU-57. I know you say Fordow was a specific reason that this bomb was developed, right? It's that this target has been out there. What would a strike with this bomb on Fordow look like?
It would be dropped by a B-2, as we've heard. It would happen at night, because that's when the B-2s fly. They would drop it from a high altitude. It's a bomb, so it drops. It's not a missile. And it would strike the mountain in which the Fordow facility is located. And because of its design, it would go through hundreds of feet of material, maybe not quite far enough, but it will go a great ways. It also has a large amount of explosives, ideas that will penetrate, that will explode, and that will cause either the collapse of the cavern or an explosion inside the actual facility.
And so when we hear that, 300 feet, and then Seth Jones was saying earlier that there's been talk that some facilities could be half a mile deep, but that'd be, more like 2,500 feet. I mean, do you have any certainty as to whether this bomb would work, or is that essentially going to be just a who knows if they do it?
Well, there's no certainty, but what is almost certain is that the United States will use several of them. As we heard, they might drop several in the same spot. The Israelis did that in Beirut to get the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah, and the United States would probably do the same, drop it either in the same spot or on several spots looking for a weak point. There's no guarantee they would find one, but there's a high likelihood that they would badly damage the facility.
So I know that these specific bombers, could take off from a few places, and the closest is the military base on Diego Garcia that the U.S. and U.K. share. But you're still talking possibly about 6 hours to get to Fordow. So is it possible the bombs are in the air and no one knows? And is the B-2 truly at this point something that people would not know was coming?
Well, the B-2 have designed to be stealthy, that's low observable to radar and to the naked eye and to a variety of other means. So it's designed to sneak in and not be seen. And it's been quite successful at that. They could be in the air. It's unlikely at this point because night is ending at 3 a.m. in the morning in Tehran, and the bombers would have to strike and then get out of Iranian airspace. If there were a strike, my guess would be tomorrow night. So we'll watch for that.
Right. Well, interesting when you say, I think you just said something very important, 3 a.m., right? That even the hint of dawn is a light that bomber doesn't want to have. So when you talk about night, it is the dark of night. Out front now, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. And Ambassador Danon, you heard Trump, and he's also now saying he's open to meeting with the Iranians again. So is that something you could support if that's the direction this goes?
Evan, I can tell you about our actions, what we have achieved in the last 5 days, the way we pushed back around the nuclear program, and what we are doing as we speak. Regarding the U.S., it's a question for the U.S. president and his administration. We tend to believe the Iranians. When they say they want to destroy us, we take that word for it. When they say they want to send rockets, we take it for seriously. And I think when you look at what they are doing, chanting death to America, trying to assassinate President Trump twice, killing American soldiers all over the Middle East, it's serious. But it's for the U.S. to decide what they want to do and how they want to do.
So I'm curious, though, Ambassador, if we've seen a dramatic decline in the number of missiles Iran is launching at Israel. Israel, you have all said that you control the Iranian skies. You've destroyed 40% of their missile launchers and control their skies. I guess I'm wondering, do you need the United States, right? We've been talking to generals. They're saying, okay, Israel could fly over Fordow again and again and again. If you control the skies, you're not going to get shot down. You have other options as well, ground forces, things you could use. Do you feel that Israel needs the United States or must have the United States to fully eliminate Iran's nuclear program or not as of tonight?
First of all, we were a small country, very committed, very determined. When you look at the size of Israel compared to Iran, it's like comparing Cuba to the United States of America. A tiny country, and Iran is 80 times bigger than Israel. Population-wise, we have 9 million, they have 90 million people over there. So we have limited capabilities, but we have good technology. I'm sure that, it will be much longer for us to make sure that Iran cannot threaten the world anymore. It will be much faster if other countries will intervene. But we don't tell those countries, what to do. But they should realize, the threat of Iran is not only to Israel. Those ballistic missiles that are still flying into Israel can already reach Europe today. And give them some time, Erin, they can reach the eastern shore of the U.S.
So let me ask you, though, because I think, there's so many fundamental questions here to discuss. But one of them, Ambassador, as you know, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu, obviously for many years, has said that Iran is on the precipice of a nuclear weapon. And it has not turned out to be true simply because they didn't get one at those times. Now he has said that it was weeks away. I ask you about this because United States intelligence, we have reporting, has concluded, and we heard this from Tulsi Gabbard, that Iran was not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon at this time. And in fact, had they chosen to do so, which intelligence said that they had not, they would have been 3 years away for delivering one. But Israel launched this attack essentially saying Iran was days away. So somebody's just either really, really wrong or not telling the truth. Is it U.S. intelligence that's doing that?
Well, let's analyze it. First, listen to the word of the Ayatollahs. They speak about the destruction of Israel. They have a plan to do that, and they spend billions of dollars every year to make it happen. Second, look at the uranium level. That's not Israel intelligence. The IAEA said multiple times that they have enough enriched uranium to produce many bombs, not one. So why do they need uranium in that level? If they want to build a reactor, they don't need so much uranium and not enriched uranium in this level. And third, the ballistic missiles and the weaponization system. So, people expect us to wait, but until when? Until they actually launch the missile into Israel, and then what? So we got the information that they are moving fast. They're ignoring the international community. The IAEA spoke about the inspector that they cannot go there, and for years they lied. So we cannot wait. Maybe other countries felt they can wait longer, but maybe they don't feel threatened by Iran like we will. But after October 7th, we don't take any chances. And once we know that Iran had an extermination plan against Israel, we don't take chances.
Right now, foreign affairs columnist for the New York Times, Tom Friedman. Tom's book, From Beirut to Jerusalem, is on sale now. And his recent piece for the New York Times is titled The Smart Way for Trump to End the Israel-Iran War. Tom, not a lot of easy choices here in front of the president this morning. The possibility to disarm Iran and to stop them from developing nuclear weapons. But on the other side of that ledger, of course, all we have to do is look back to the consequences of the Iraq invasion 22 years ago. So what's the president's best step forward, in your opinion?
Well, Joe, since this started, I've been advocating coercive diplomacy. The Israelis have provided the coercion very effectively. They've done enormous damage to Iran's military capacities, its missiles, and its nuclear supply chain. I think now would be a good time for the diplomacy side. To basically for Trump to send Witkoff back to say, we made you an offer before. We're going to make you an offer one last time. You see what Israel's capable of. You see where you are. You see what we're capable of. Are you ready to basically disassemble your nuclear program under the auspices of the International Atomic Energy Commission? And if you do, we will move on and reduce this threat. But I think now is the time to make that offer. Joe, back in 1991, I'm an old guy, I was with Jim Baker when he met with Tariq Aziz in Geneva on the eve of Gulf War I and made a very similar offer. The world saw that. It gave America enormous legitimacy. Then when Tariq Aziz regrettably, as Baker said, turned us down. It gave the United States the ability to put a whole global coalition together against Iraq. And I would be sending our Secretary of State, or whoever is Secretary of State in this administration, I have no clue anymore, who does the negotiating, to be making the same kind of offer to the Iranians right now.
So, Tom, given all that has happened in the last 5 or 6 days, and given all that might happen within the next 3 or 4 days, apparently, with bunker buster bombs and talk and everything like that, this increasingly volatile region of the world, what is going on in Riyadh and Dubai? What is going on there?
Well, Mike, actually, let me talk about both Riyadh and Dubai, and even more importantly, in Beirut, Damascus, and Baghdad. You know, we tend to look at this conflict as simply between Iran and Israel. In fact, the people rooting for this Iranian regime to be defanged are not just Israelis. They're Lebanese, they're Syrians, they're Iraqis, who have lived under the boot of Iranian colonialism since 1979. Iran's business model in the Middle East was to hire Arab Shiites to kill Arab Sunnis in Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq, and through that, keep these countries permanently on a boil, unable to basically coalesce any kind of democratic alternative. Iran provided the foot soldiers through Hezbollah for Bashar Assad in Syria to murder thousands of his people in order to stay in power. So you have a whole Arab audience, forget the Gulfies, who are quietly, I can tell you, rooting for Israel to take out the Iranian threat. They have benefited already enormously from the weakening of Iran. Lebanon now has a really good prime minister, a really good president. Syria has a democratic option, and Iraq actually is feeling a lot easier, also has its own frail democracy. So nothing would be more welcome in these countries, let alone in Israel, than to see the end of Iranian imperialism. This is a bad regime, and it's been bad for Arabs every bit as much as Jews.
So, Tom, let's get your take on a topic of conversation we had a short time ago. Let's say the U.S. does go through this. President Trump gives the go-ahead, and these bunker buster bombs are used, and this devastation that follows for Iran. What comes the day after? What comes the day after in Iran, particularly for the United States? You know, and if the Colin Powell maxim of if you break it, you buy it. What does it look like next?
Just for the record, I wrote a column February 12th, 2003, excuse me, called You Break It, You Own It, The Pottery Store Rule. That started with me before the Iraq War.
You get credit then.
Yeah, okay. Look, I think we can't predict, but I do believe that, first of all, what worries me is that the Iranian leader is completely disconnected. How much information can he be getting? He's sitting in a bunker somewhere hiding. His entire top military and military intelligence leadership has been wiped out. And so who knows how much he even understands about what's going on. But that said, somebody there does. And I do believe that if we made one last attempt at coercive diplomacy, and again, I would be demanding the end of their nuclear program. Who knows what they would answer? Now, I think on one hand, you have to say, Karim Sajidpour, the Iran expert at Carnegie, likes to say the Iranians are homicidal but not suicidal. And so I think if we did go to war with them or take out this nuclear facility, they'd have a big decision whether they attack our forces, because that would truly mean the end of their regime. But that's on day one, or that's the morning after. What I'm always looking at in the Middle East, Jonathan, is the morning after the morning after. That's when things get really interesting, and interesting not always in a pleasant way. Does the regime begin to crumble? We're talking about a country of 95 million people. What kind of disorder flows from there? Do you get a crazy general there who decides to sink some tankers in the Straits of Hormuz? It's just totally unpredictable, and I wouldn't even attempt to try to say what could happen. Right now, I'm focused on this idea of we've developed the coercion very effectively. Let's give one more shot at diplomacy.
So Tom, let me ask you a couple of questions. Again, no easy answers here, but it's very easy for us to sketch out, because it's so probable, the chaos that would flow from the toppling of the regime in Iran. It is a frightening specter. We've seen it time and time again, even over the past 20, 25 years. On the other side of that ledger, though, is, again, something I said earlier, that An old Southern member of the Armed Services Committee told me one time, if you attack the snake, you better kill the snake. If Israel, if the United States does not follow through with the destruction of their nuclear program, wouldn't Iran be motivated to move more quickly toward putting that nuclear program back together and building a bomb and using it against us?
And I'm not sure they would use it against us, but certainly they could use it against Israel. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Joe, this is a hellish problem. It's a hellish choice. It always has been. And that's why I favor a kind of step-by-step, methodical approach to it. I want the whole world to see that what Iran has, every effort we made to avoid war, because if there is a war, Joe, it's going to be a long war, and you want maximum legitimacy. You want the world behind this. That also creates leverage. And so how you get into this war, I think, really matters. I would say another thing, Joe, Donald Trump is now paying for the fact that he appointed a cabinet of knuckleheads. He's got a defense minister who is a former Sunday weekend host on Fox. His DNI, he's repudiated because she's another knucklehead. You hire clowns, you get a circus. And who is in the room there giving him advice right now? That is really scary. And this is why, when you hire people just for their slavish loyalty to you, not for their expertise and willingness to say no to you and to question you, that is really scary to me. And he's paying the price for that right now.
And the next thing to bring up, and again, you've obviously been through the first Gulf War, reporting on it from deep inside the administration and across the Middle East. The second Gulf War, I know you remember George W. Bush's axis of evil speech. It always struck many as tragically ironic that in the axis of evil, George W. Bush decided to go to war with the one member of that axis that was the furthest away from developing nuclear weapons, developing weapons of mass destruction. And I remember reading a column years ago where you had talked to somebody in Tehran who said, why didn't you guys come here? We're the ones who needed regime change most of all. This is the best opportunity to change out this regime that has been the epicenter of global terrorism since 1979. Again, it just seems this is an existential bet either way the president goes with it. Talk about what the world looks like, though, with the threat of a nuclear Iran removed.
Yeah, I think, Joe, I'm among that group that believes that, this is it's not an exact analogy, but it's a Berlin Wall kind of moment, in that this Iranian regime is a really bad actor, not just regionally, most of all, of course, for its own people. We're talking about a country that is an incredible civilization, going back thousands of years. The potential of the Persian nation, to contribute to the region and to the world is enormous, and that has been completely stifled by this regime. I mean, and it's a tragedy for these people. But this regime has also stifled the opportunities of Lebanon, of Syria, of Iraq. It is no accident, Joe, that people have pointed out the president of Syria today. Syria's like one country that hasn't even given the titular, you shouldn't do this, America. Like, there are just a lot of Arabs really rooting for this bad regime to leave. That's on the upside. On the downside, it's a vast country. And instability from there can really spill all over, and the transition will not be overnight. We're not going to go from this regime, to a wonderful leader. And therefore, I say what I say in Iraq and today. If you're going to do this is a long road. You want maximum legitimacy to do this, and the maximum legitimacy is produced by going about this in a very systematic way. Israel has generated enormous coercive power on the Iranians. Whatever they're saying, they are really hurting. And the Israelis aren't done, okay? Let's leverage that so the whole world sees. For one last time, we're going to go to this regime and say, you need to end this program in a verifiable way right now, okay? And if you don't, All right, that coercion is going to go to its final conclusion. Let the whole world see that we are avoiding war every way we possibly can, but the world will not be a stable place if this regime is allowed to pursue this nuclear program, which is clearly not about generating electricity.
So, Tom, you've mentioned the danger of the lack of counsel around President Trump. What happens if this war phases out, if we participate in the bombing and we think, okay, we've done our job? What's your sense of our ability to defend ourselves against the very, very excellent cyber attack people who come out of Iran? They really know cyber. They know cyber warfare.
Honestly, Mike, I think if the war were to go ahead, Iran would be in disarray after this. I mean, if the war is going ahead, I mean, if we blow up all its nuclear facilities, they've been decapitated militarily. I think that the biggest fear I have, what do we learn from all these Middle East wars, from the decapitation of Gaddafi, for instance, to the decapitation of Saddam Hussein, that in the Middle East, the alternative to autocracy is not democracy. It's very often disorder. Okay, we'd like to think we get rid of a bad regime, a good one comes. That's not necessarily what happens here. We'd be very lucky if that happens. And it's the spread of disorder and trying to manage disorder spilling out from a giant country like Iran, which I think would be the biggest diplomatic and security challenge from this, and trying to keep this place together. So it may be inevitable, it may be the necessary condition, but what we were worried about with the collapse of the Soviet Union, what was spreading disorder. We got lucky because there was a Gorbachev. Could we get lucky and there emerge an Iranian Gorbachev? We might, absolutely. All I'm saying is let's go about this in the most methodical way, because we're going to need the maximum help, the maximum legitimacy to manage what would be a giant mess after this.
You know, it's such an extraordinarily important point. We always talk about what happens the day after a war, or as Tom says, the day after a war ends. Tom's point here is so important. We need to be concerned here about what happens the days, the weeks before the war, and building the legitimacy that's needed worldwide, globally, because this is not going to be a one-and-done operation. This is going to require buy-in from our allies and even those who don't consider themselves to be natural allies of the United States or Israel.
New York Times columnist Tom Friedman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead.
I want to say that my point in my column yesterday is that we need to pair two things. One is coercive diplomacy in the Middle East, and the other is support for a Palestinian-Israeli peace process in Gaza, because that's not over either, let's remember. And that also enhances our legitimacy if we're seen as pursuing both at the same time.
NBC's Garrett Hake is covering the White House. NBC's Courtney Cubie is on Capitol Hill. Mark Mazzetti is an investigative reporter for the New York Times focused on national security. And with me here in studio, retired Army Colonel Jack Jacobs, recipient of the Medal of Honor and an MSNBC military analyst. So, Garrett, no decision from the president. What do we know about what's happening behind closed doors? Who might have his ear? Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, Chris, well, no decision announced. I think it's entirely possible that the president has made some choices. He's just not willing to talk about them yet. He's being advised by his national security team, I'm told, more or less around the clock in a series of meetings, and in the way that he likes to often kind of socialize any big decision, sort of in a constant running conversation with his staff. Everything that this White House is doing, everything the president is saying, seems to be pointing in one direction. The president, in that same running gaggle on the White House lawn a short time ago, saying that the advice he gave to Benjamin Netanyahu, for example, was to keep going, saying that his message to the Iranians who say they want to fight back is good luck, and saying this when asked what his post yesterday meant when he called for the complete surrender of Iran. Listen.
What does unconditional surrender mean?
Well, you know what it means. unconditional.
Can you
surrender.
explain it for those
very
who
simple
don't?
words. Very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week.
So a little bit of a tease there, a little bit of bellicose rhetoric, and all of it backed up by the White House, which has been sending around quotes of all the times that the president has said, either in the White House or on the campaign trail, that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. We heard similar language from J.D. Vance on Capitol Hill yesterday. So, again, no decision yet, but the signs here at the White House seem to be pointing in one direction, Chris.
So, Mark, your new article laid out a fascinating timeline that recently as April, the president was pretty staunchly against this. So how did he go from that to seriously considering not only supporting Israel's effort, but potentially joining it?
Well, some of it has to do with the increased leverage that Prime Minister Netanyahu had since last fall. The things that used to keep Netanyahu from striking Iran, like a Hezbollah retaliation, like Iranian missiles, like the fact that they had to fly through Syrian airspace, all these things sort of fell away last fall, and the risks to Israel and to Netanyahu lowered. And so he began this renewed push this spring to strike. And by late May, it was clear to U.S. intelligence that Israel was going to strike with or without the United States. So Netanyahu, who once needed the United States, needed them less so. And so then Trump was put in this position of, well, would he join once Israel attacked? Now, of course, we know that Israel can only do so much. And what awaits now is this decision about whether the United States will join with these bunker buster bombs that Israel does not have to get deeply fortified locations. So in a way, it became Netanyahu doing something where it became a fait accompli, and then it's now in Trump's court.
Yeah, and Colonel, as he said, we may learn something in the next week. Who knows when, maybe sooner, if the U.S. commits to helping Israel take out Iran's nuclear facilities, even just the one at Fordo, which is the one that's deeply embedded in a mountain. What are the chances we could limit it at that?
Well, it might be even more limited than what you're suggesting. It's not guaranteed that even one or more than one bunker buster bombs will be able to destroy that site.
Well, is it the general belief that it would probably take multiples of?
It definitely would take multiples of those bombs. And even then, you may only restrict access to it, and eventually it might be able to be recovered by the Iranians. So it might slow them down, but it won't necessarily take them out of the business of developing nuclear weapons. And most of their a lot of their fissile material has already been moved to other locations, which we may or may not know about. So it's not going to be a knockout punch that people expect. However, you're going to expect counterattacks by Iran on our forces in the Middle East. Like we said, there are 40 to 50,000 Americans in the region, some of them in fixed bases. We have ships in the region, plus commercial shipping. You can expect that the Straits of Hormuz will be mined by the Iranians or their proxies. There'll be attacks from Yemen by the Houthis on commercial and military shipping. So it's going to be difficult to limit it. And we also have to keep in mind the fact that the Israelis, while they're not actually running low on their Iron Dome ammunition, they certainly have lots less of it now than they did at the beginning of the war. So there are lots of imponderables here. The likelihood of this being over in a short time, very, very low, Chris.
So what did we hear, Courtney, from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth? Did he have any more insight into the options that the U.S., that the president is weighing right now?
No, not really. I mean, keep in mind, this was the first time that he's appeared before the Senate Armed Services Committee since his confirmation hearing back in January. So the questions were really all over the map. I mean, dealing with everything that has happened in a very busy past several months since Pete Hegseth has been Secretary of Defense. But he was asked about Iran. He was asked about conversations that he had with the president about possible options. He declined to give any details, though. Here's what he had to say.
Most of what I can or should say would be reserved for a classified setting.
I would say the president, obviously, any decisions on this matter are at the presidential level. My job, our job, chairman and I, at all times, is to make sure the president has options and is informed of what those options might be and what the ramifications of those options might be.
I appreciate that.
You
Thank
mentioned
you.
the troops in the region. With
I
maximum
expect-
force protection at all times is being maintained.
And that's really the biggest issue when it comes to what could happen here. If the United States were to be involved in a military strike or strikes against Iran, the biggest concern that officials we've spoken to have is what the military calls their second and third order effects. So would U.S. bases, U.S. personnel in the region, as you mentioned, there's thousands of them forward deployed in the region. There's ships off the coast. There's more moving in towards the region, literally as we speak. Would they be a potential target? That's the biggest concern. Officials telling us that they are at the highest state of readiness for the potential for some sort of attack. But Chris, the reality is they've been at a heightened state of readiness ever since October 7th. It's only been heightened since Israel began this air campaign, this strike campaign in Iran late last week. But defense officials are very concerned about the possibility that, again, if the United States were to be involved in a kinetic part of this conflict, so not just support, that there would be ramifications for U.S. personnel in the region.
Thank you so much, Courtney Kube, on the Hill for us. So, Mark, we know there is this split between some hardliners who are pushing for a stronger response to Iran, others who want to stay out of the war. Tucker Carlson, who's very much in that latter group, did an interview with Senator Ted Cruz, who has advocated for regime change. And it started with Tucker Carlson asking Cruz if he knew how many people lived in Iran, and then it grew more heated from there.
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
So, so many questions, Mark, out of that, but maybe the most pointed one is, do we have any sense of who Trump is listening to now? Is political pressure weighing on him at all? Is this purely a national security debate right now? What do we know about the considerations, if anything?
You know, I mean, that's a great question. And especially in this second term with the President Trump, it's really much more of a mystery of what ultimately is guiding these kind of decisions. I think the first term, given his circle of advisors, it was a lot more stable in sort of knowing who was advising and where he was getting the inputs from. This time around, it's a lot more difficult. I mean, obviously, we know the past positions of people like J.D. Vance. We obviously know where Tucker Carlson stands. He's not an official advisor, but obviously someone who President Trump has listened to in the past. It shows that the clip you showed, it just clearly shows a lot of the schisms within the president's own party. And so my guess is that these kinds of debates and different fights for the president's mind are going to last right up until he makes the decision, if he hasn't already.
So, Jack, when Iran threatens all-out war, what does that even look like? What's the risk to the U.S.? Is it confined mostly to those 40 or 50,000 troops, as you say, who are in the direct path?
Yeah, probably not is the answer to the latter question. Saying all-out war is a bit like the vague assertion that what we want is unconditional surrender. Surrender to whom? What's the war really look like? And the likelihood is that if there are attacks on American personnel and American assets in the region, that we will retaliate directly onto specific targets that will have already been selected. And they have been selected by the National Command Authority, who will then issue instructions for those specific targets inside Iran to be.
I mean, that's a given,
struck.
right? You cannot sit if there's been a direct attack on American troops.
Although we have done that in the past, we've turned the other cheek in the past.
In this administration?
No, not in this administration. And the likelihood of that's happening again, that's also very, very low. Iran is in a very difficult position from a wide variety of standpoints, not the least significant of which is that they've got a large and some would say a restive population who themselves are willing to see some change, are not particularly interested in seeing a continuation of the theocracy. But one of the things that happens when you attack a nation, even if they don't get along internally, is that you have a tendency to weld them together. Unfortunately for Iran, they don't have the military capability to stand up to the United States or its allies, which is why I suggested that any involvement of the United States in this conflict is liable to elicit a conflict that may take a little bit longer than people now think to resolve itself.
Elon Musk is sorry. Elon Musk is sorry. Elon Musk, for the first time in his life of public derangement, is publicly saying he went too far. We've been reporting to you for months now that Elon Musk went too far, and the very first thing he did in government, which was to take food away from starving babies, from starving families in the middle of a famine in Sudan, and to take food away from starving people around the world who could always count on getting some food, and in many cases, enough food, in most cases actually, enough food to survive, and getting that food from us, from the United States of America, from the United States Agency for International Development, and we were always proud to deliver that food. Starving people usually didn't know where the food was coming from, but we did. And we were proud to be able to feed the starving people of the world with the surplus of food that this country has been producing for more than 100 years. The Great Plains became the breadbasket of the world when this country started producing more food than we could consume. And in the 20th century, and the United States proudly sent its first food relief shipment across an ocean in 1847, bound for Ireland to deliver famine relief there. And it wasn't enough, but it was something. Millions of Irish children and adults still starved to death. But the United States tried. The United States tried to help and did help. We sent food. We allowed Irish immigrants to come to this country where they could find work and food and never risk starvation again. And Elon Musk knew none of that history. Elon Musk never asked how many starving children were waiting for that food when he personally ordered a complete shutdown of the delivery of that food, which is now rotting in warehouses around the world. Elon Musk wanted the food to rot instead of delivering it to starving children and starving people. Elon Musk went way too far in shutting down the delivery of food to the starving around the world, the delivery of medicine, life-saving medicine to AIDS patients in Africa who have no other source of life-saving medicine. And so, yes, Elon Musk went too far. He went so far as to kill 300,000 people because there's nothing else you can call it when you take food away from starving people. The latest estimate is 300,000 deaths. And there is no one else in American history who is personally responsible for the death of 300,000 people. No one person is personally responsible for 300,000 people dying in American history except Elon Musk by one decision. But Elon Musk is not sorry about that. He's sorry, but he's not sorry about that. Elon Musk is not sorry about one death of one starving baby or the death of thousands of starving babies. Elon Musk doesn't think that that was going too far. Elon Musk invaded the Social Security Administration and may have obtained personal data on you and 300 million Americans And he may be in possession of that personal data tonight as a private citizen, but he's not sorry about that. Elon Musk doesn't think his invasion of Social Security was going too far. In the middle of the night last night, when everyone in America not working a night shift was in bed at 3:04 a.m., Elon Musk tweeted, "I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far. They went too far." Elon Musk thinks that that was going too far. When Bill Gates, the former richest person in the world, said that Elon Musk was the richest man in the world, killing the world's poorest children, Elon Musk did not tweet, "I regret killing the poorest children in the world. I went too far." And Elon Musk did not sue Bill Gates for saying that. Elon Musk did not say Bill Gates was wrong. The only person who Elon Musk regrets harming, the only person in the world he regrets harming now, is Donald Trump. After killing hundreds of thousands of people, that's what Elon Musk regrets. He regrets his tweets. And I know just how unbelievable this sounds, that the richest person in the world spent his time killing the poorest people in the world. But Bill Gates is an expert at saving lives in Africa. Bill Gates has devoted his life after stepping down from Microsoft to try to save lives in Africa, trying to stop the spread of malaria, trying to deliver clean water supplies and healthcare and mosquito nets and medical services and every single detail that supports public health among the most deprived people in the world. And the best estimates by the experts who Bill Gates knows, who know exactly what USAID was doing in Africa and around the world, now say that 300,000 people have died or will soon die because of what Elon Musk did to them by taking food away and taking medicine away. And the Washington news media does not care. Not one reporter in or around the White House or anywhere else who has had a chance to question Elon Musk has asked him about what it feels like to be the richest person in the world, killing the world's poorest children. They do not care. And because they don't care, because that news media does not care, they have added to this sensation of unbelievability about the behavior of the richest person in the world being far worse than the worst James Bond movie villain that has ever been imagined. There is no way to get through a Washington press corps more concerned today with last year's presidential campaign than they are with Donald Trump and Elon Musk killing children in Africa. There's no way to get through to them. And so when you hear just one person talking about it, you have a right to find it hard to believe. You have a right to wonder about it. You have a right to think that at some basic level there are limits to human cruelty, but we know that there are not. We have learned that time and again throughout history. Most of us grew up with an eye on unlimited human cruelty occurring somewhere else. When we learned about Hitler's death camps and the mechanized extermination of 6 million Jews, we could think that unlimited human cruelty is not American and could never be American, but it is now. And Elon Musk doesn't regret it. Elon Musk doesn't think he went too far. He regrets some of his posts, some of his tweets about Donald Trump, but he doesn't say which ones, and so we're left to wonder. Does he only regret the posts he deleted, like the one saying that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, thereby associating the President of the United States with a convicted pedophile who killed himself in federal prison? It's not the first time Elon Musk has played around with accusations about pedophilia. When some kids were trapped in a flooded cave in Thailand in 2018, Elon Musk leapt forward with suggestions about how to save them that turned out to be impossible. And people who were experts about it knew they were impossible. And then Elon Musk decided to attack the person who actually knew how to save those kids and eventually did come up with a successful plan to save those kids. Elon Musk decided to call that man, whose name I will keep out of this discussion right now, the pedo guy. And when he was sued for that lie, Elon Musk's defense was it was a joke. And to save himself from a legal judgment against him, Elon Musk publicly said, "I apologize." Elon Musk said that word apologize to save what could truly have been a massive legal judgment against him. And so Elon Musk leaves us to wonder, has he now admitted to being a pathological liar who will throw around pedophilia as part of his pathological lying about anyone, as someone whose public statements can never be trusted? Is that what he's telling us? Or is Elon Musk telling us that he really does know something about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and he is now going to cover up that truth for Donald Trump? Those are our only choices here. That's it. It's one or the other. And either way, it means that Elon Musk is willing to lie whenever it is convenient for him, and all future statements by Elon Musk should be evaluated as statements made by a now publicly admitted liar. And they are statements made by the person who Bill Gates says is the world's richest man, killing the world's poorest children. And in Elon Musk's now desperate, knee-bent subservience to Donald Trump, he has decided to side with Donald Trump on what's happening in Los Angeles. Elon Musk retweeted a post that said, "Without Twitter, a majority of Americans would think Los Angeles was peaceful and public support would be against President Trump. Twitter is where the truth lives." That is a lie. Los Angeles is peaceful. Los Angeles has been peaceful every single day since the TV cameras were turned on a driverless electric car that was set on fire by a small group of protesters in a downtown section of Los Angeles where no one goes on weekends. Los Angeles was completely peaceful that day except for that one little fire. And a fire is not a riot and does not disrupt a city. More than 99% of Los Angeles has been peaceful every single minute since protests began in Los Angeles on Friday. Rupert Murdoch's pathologically lying propaganda channel has a banner up there tonight saying that Los Angeles is in its 6th day of rioting. Los Angeles has not had one day of rioting, not 1 hour of rioting, not one moment of rioting. One burning car is not a riot. We've seen more than that after big championship games in Los Angeles and elsewhere around the country. So Elon Musk is now back lying to benefit Donald Trump and lying about Los Angeles. The drivers of Los Angeles made Elon Musk rich. Tesla sales took off when wealthy Los Angeles liberals started buying the car before anyone else did. And then other wealthy California liberals all over the state started buying Teslas. And the money from California liberals made Elon Musk the richest person in the world. And he took that money and he gave that money to Donald Trump to make him president. And last week, Elon Musk tweeted taking credit for electing Donald Trump by providing the money that Donald Trump needed to win. And that is as legitimate a claim of credit for how that election was decided as any other that you will hear. How an election was won or lost is always actually a theory. There is never a single proof. But Elon Musk has a good case to make. And so what you're seeing in Los Angeles, the Trump attempted invasion of Los Angeles, was in effect paid for by Tesla money, paid for by Elon Musk getting Donald Trump elected to be the first president of the United States to order Marines to deploy against the law in America. We haven't seen the Marines yet in Los Angeles because someone seems to know it's against the law for them to try to patrol the streets of Los Angeles in any way and in any capacity. It is also against the law for the federalized National Guard, which makes them federal troops, not state National Guard troops. It is against the law for those federalized troops to participate in arrests, and they are now admitting to doing that, not realizing apparently that it is against the law. The commander in charge, Major General Scott Sherman, told the Associated Press today that National Guard troops already have temporarily detained civilians in the Los Angeles protests over immigration raids, but they quickly turned them over to law enforcement. He said those temporary detentions were in the past few days, and there haven't been many recently as things have calmed down in the city. The troops do not participate in the actual arrests or law enforcement activities and instead immediately let go of the person once police get them under control or put them in handcuffs. That means the troops actually do participate in the arrests. If you detain a person for another law enforcement official, you have indeed participated in the arrest. That makes it very likely that all of those arrests in which a member of the National Guard put hands on a person will be thrown out of court. If those National Guard troops are activated by a governor, that changes their capacity to participate in law enforcement exercises within that state. It also, as we've learned tonight, gets them paid. But that's not what happened here. What you're seeing in Los Angeles is the failure of Donald Trump's mass deportation promise to his followers. We have not had mass deportations. We have not had mass arrests. We have had small-scale deportations and small-scale arrests for a president who promised to deport 15 million people. That's 4 million people a year that Donald Trump would have to deport in his presidency. Donald Trump would need to have deported at least 1 million people by now, and he's not close to being on schedule. Donald Trump has to deport hundreds of thousands of people. To be on schedule for deporting 15 million people, Donald Trump needs to deport 11,000 people a day, and he hasn't done that on a single day. Donald Trump is arresting dozens of people a day in this country, dozens. On Friday at a garment factory and a warehouse in Los Angeles, you got 46. That was his big day, 46. And now he sent the National Guard and the Marines to deal with just the reaction to him rounding up 46 people when he's supposed to be rounding up 11,000 a day. So Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign has failed completely, and he knows it. And so he has put on this reality TV show using troops to try to convince his uninformed followers who are being lied to by Fox that the Trump deportation scheme is underway. 46. He got 46 on Friday. He's supposed to get 10,000 every day, and he's failing to do it every single day. And that is why Stephen Miller and Donald Trump told ICE agents to just go out where it's easiest to find people, and that is where you find the hardest working people in America. The people who are picking our vegetables in California, they're now being threatened by ICE agents. The people who are making our garments in garment factories, these are hardworking people. None of them are gang members. None of them are putting together drug deals at their sewing machines. They're the people who Donald Trump is getting because the mass deportation promise was always a lie. And the idea that the country is filled with easily findable, deportable criminals was always a lie. And Donald Trump is not finding and deporting criminals. If Donald Trump could deport a single dangerous criminal, he would parade that person in front of all of us and tell us exactly what crimes that person committed. And he hasn't done that once, not with one person. This is Donald Trump's hatred at work. And no American politician has wider ranging hatreds than Donald Trump. And no American politician has ever had wider ranging hatreds than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's hatreds include every single American who did not vote for him. And that means most Californians. California will defeat Trumpism in the streets of Los Angeles, just as California defeated Donald Trump on every California ballot where his name has appeared. In California, Donald Trump has gone too far. Elon Musk has not mentioned Donald Trump's name in his now nonstop attacks on the Trump budget bill, but Elon Musk is using his loud social media voice to urge Republicans to kill the bill in a steady stream of angry and bitter tweets. Elon Musk began his war against Donald Trump at 1:34 p.m. yesterday, saying in his most anguished Twitter voice, "I just can't stand it anymore, and he called the Trump budget bill a disgusting abomination. And as of tonight, Donald Trump remains cowering in abject, silent fear of Elon Musk. The proof that Donald Trump is terrified tonight after the richest person in the world turned against him is that Donald Trump has remained absolutely silent about Elon Musk's attacks on the Trump budget bill and Donald Trump. Now, when is the last time someone with a loud public microphone called Donald Trump or something Donald Trump was doing a disgusting abomination without being immediately attacked by Donald Trump? Remember, Donald Trump has attacked Taylor Swift for nothing. Donald Trump attacked Bruce Springsteen for something Bruce Springsteen said at a concert on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. And Donald Trump attacked Bruce Springsteen immediately. Donald Trump's rule of life, as he announced in the first book published in his name, which of course was ghostwritten for him, that whenever he is criticized or something he's doing is criticized, he always has to hit back harder. That's Donald Trump's rule. But Donald Trump dare not strike back against the richest person in the world. Maybe Elon Musk can push Donald Trump to that breaking point that Elon Musk himself reached yesterday at 1:34 p.m. when he screamed on Twitter, "I just can't stand it anymore." Donald Trump might get there, but Donald Trump has never, ever taken longer to get there as he maintains his fearful silence about Elon Musk. Elon Musk continued his attacks on Donald Trump and Donald Trump's budget bill beginning in the middle of the night at 2:07 a.m. when Elon Musk said, "It more than defeats all the cost savings achieved by the Department of Government Efficiency team at great personal cost and risk." Now, there's Elon Musk reminding us of his complete failure to cut trillions of dollars of federal spending that he claimed he was going to cut, and then asking for our sympathy at how much it personally cost him in lost Tesla customers and dropping Tesla stock prices when America and the world turned against Elon Musk as he played the role of Donald Trump's executioner. The world turned against Elon Musk with Tesla sales dropping around the world, while Elon Musk was deciding to take food away from starving babies, from starving children, from starving people of all ages who depend on famine relief from the United States Agency for International Development, which Elon Musk personally decided to destroy. And Elon Musk now wants us to feel sorry for him about the cost and the risk that he suffered while being Donald Trump's executioner. 7 minutes after that tweet, at 2:14 a.m., Elon Musk tweeted, "This immense level of overspending will drive America into debt slavery." No, it won't, but it is more debt than the country has ever had. And 14 minutes after that, at 2:28 a.m., Elon Musk attacked Donald Trump and his budget bill again, saying interest payments already consume 25% of all government revenue. This is Elon Musk speaking, so of course that's not true. Interest on the debt is not that high. It's high, but not that high. Elon Musk then put down his Twitter machine for almost 8 hours and then began attacking Donald Trump and his budget bill again just after noontime today. And then Donald Trump finally arose from his Twitter silence about Elon Musk attacking him. And at 1:59 p.m., just over 24 hours after Elon Musk launched his direct attack on Donald Trump, calling Donald Trump's budget bill a disgusting abomination and saying anyone who supported it should be turned out of office, Donald Trump bravely tweeted about Elon Musk without comment, simply by retweeting the old Elon. Elon from May 28th, 7 days ago, when Elon Musk tweeted, As my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. And then, in that same tweet, Elon Musk told this lie: the Department of Government Efficiency mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. And that was only 7 days ago that he was telling that lie. And now Elon Musk is telling you that his budget cutting mission has not just completely collapsed, it has been completely overrun by the Trump budget bill, which the Congressional Budget Office said today will increase the national debt by $2.4 trillion. Now, imagine how deep Donald Trump's fear is that when he couldn't stand it anymore today and he had to tweet something about Elon Musk attacking him for 24 hours, Donald Trump's attack, the only thing Donald Trump dared to tweet, was an old Elon Musk tweet with no comment at all. And 2 minutes before Donald Trump tweeted that old Elon Musk tweet, Elon Musk tweeted a new one telling the Republicans they needed a new bill. And 6 minutes after Donald Trump's tweet, Elon Musk tweeted another new one: no one who actually reads the bill should be able to stomach it. That means you, Donald Trump. And then 44 minutes later at 2:50 p.m., Elon Musk tweeted, call your senator, call your congressman. Bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill. And it didn't take long for the childish mind of Elon Musk, seeing the words kill and bill so close together, to just turn that into a movie poster version in his next tweet 8 minutes later, using the title of the movie, Kill Bill. The Congressional Budget Office estimate of the impacts of the bill released today shows that close to 16 million people would lose health care coverage because of the Trump Republican budget bill. Republican Senator Joni Ernst's response to concerns about losing health care coverage at a town hall in Iowa was to say, quote, we are all going to die, which she seemed to mean sort of maybe as a joke, but then instead of apologizing for what she said or any misunderstanding of what she intended when she said it, she decided to mock people who didn't like her response and insult those people by pretending that those people don't know that we're all going to die someday. Today, the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, said this.
Donald Trump is just lying about the bill. Lying about the bill. Well, here's the "We Are All Going to Die" Act. It says nearly 14 million. It's 16 million. Getting closer to 16 million, according to CBO's numbers, we've been told.
16 million people losing health insurance thanks to Republicans voting for Donald Trump's disgusting abomination. Mike Johnson, the perpetually in-over-his-head guy who got the job of Speaker of the House when Kevin McCarthy was kicked out and no one else wanted the job, is the kind of in-over-his-head guy who's willing to tell you publicly who won't return his calls.
Well, I'll tell you, I called Elon last night and he didn't answer, but I hope to talk to him today. I mean, it's not, it's very friendly and we've laughed about our differences on policy before. I'm not upset about this.
No, he's not upset about it. He doesn't look upset about it. Why should he be? He was a junior member of the House who got catapulted into the speakership from obscurity after a coup. He gets the biggest office in the Capitol. He gets a bigger paycheck than the other House members. He gets Secret Service protection. He's second in line for the presidency in the line of succession. Why would he be upset that Elon Musk is trying to destroy his disgusting abomination and won't return his calls? Mike Johnson's lucky to be there. So, of course, Mike Johnson's not upset about it.
I'd love to talk to him this week and hope he calls him back today. I talk to President Trump, all the time, multiple times a day. Obviously, we've talked about this. As you know, he's not. Elon did a 180 on that.
Okay, so we got it. So Trump, easy to get on the phone several times a day. Musk won't return the call of the Speaker of the House. So there's the Speaker of the House, wandering the halls of the Capitol, sounding like a high school kid on a tour, saying he really hopes the richest person in the world calls him back today or someday. And here's what the richest person in the world did after Mike Johnson said that. Elon Musk took that video of Mike Johnson saying, I hope he calls me back today, and he put it in his tweet at 2:05 p.m. saying, no one who actually reads the bill should be able to stomach it, which means no one should be able to stomach what they heard Mike Johnson say in that video when he's hoping Elon Musk will call him back today. Congressional leadership has never looked more pathetic, more chaotic, more childish, or more, to use Elon Musk's word, disgusting. If the Senate fails to pass the bill, then the Republicans will have to start all over again. And tonight, Senator Rand Paul has said he will vote against it, and he sounds like he means it. Senator Ron Johnson has yelled about the bill, sounding as if he will vote against it, but there's no reason to believe any of the rantings of Ron Johnson. Republican Senator Joshua Hawley says he won't vote for the bill with what he calls Medicaid benefit cuts, but he has said he will vote for work requirements being imposed on Medicaid, which will be used to kick people off Medicaid who are unable to find a job. That's one of the ways millions of people are going to lose their access to health insurance. Truck drivers at the Port of Los Angeles, for example, and other ports around the country who are losing their jobs now because of the Trump tariffs will not be able to turn to Medicaid. And Joshua Hawley will vote for that. Sounds like he's going to be fine with that. The only Republican senator willing to say publicly that he is ignoring Elon Musk is North Dakota's Kevin Cramer.
If Elon was going to give me advice on how to get to the moon, I'd listen. You know, if he was going to give me advice on how to raise several $1 billion from other billionaires, I'd listen. But he doesn't govern, you know, and so to be honest, Elon just is not that big a factor. I know he's a glamorous sort of celebrity, but he's not a big factor in it.
Kevin Cramer is in year one of a 6-year Senate term, and that's always the year when senators are at their bravest. Senator John Thune of South Dakota, now the Republican majority leader of the Senate, said after a meeting at the White House with Donald Trump today, the plan to deal with Elon Musk is to simply lie about the bill.
Why do you think Elon Musk is trying to kill this bill?
Well, I can't speak to, his reasons other than what he stated. And I think that what he stated was that he thought it was something that would add to the deficit. And we believe the opposite.
And that is like believing that the earth is flat. But Republicans are willing to publicly believe anything to deliver massive tax cuts to Donald Trump and his billionaire friends. John Thune is saying that Republicans are simply going to lie and say the Congressional Budget Office, for the first time in history, is wrong when they are telling us that legislation will increase the national debt. The Congressional Budget Office has never been wrong about the overall budget impact of legislation. They might not project exactly the right number, but when they say the legislation will reduce the deficit, it always does. And when they say the legislation will increase the deficit and the debt, it always does. And any slightly sharp high school math student could tell you that the Republican budget bill will dramatically increase the national debt. But Donald Trump has spent years leading up to this moment, years teaching Republicans just how much they can lie. And so it will be lying season about the national debt for Republicans, with Elon Musk continuing his attacks on Donald Trump and what Elon Musk calls the disgusting abomination that is the Trump Republican budget bill. And there's John Thune admitting that it is such an indefensible abomination that they just have no choice except to lie about it. Some of them would not starve to death by the time General Eisenhower's troops liberated the death camps. Some of them would not have already been put to death. Some of them would hang on. You can spend a lifetime hearing people make references to D-Day, people who were alive at the time, people who remember it, and people born long after D-Day, and never see someone smile or laugh about it, say anything about it that makes them laugh. That's the kind of disrespectful, ignorant behavior that you can only get from a Hitler reader like Donald Trump. Donald Trump suffered in silence for 3 days after Elon Musk attacked him, calling Donald Trump's Republican budget bill a disgusting abomination. But today, almost exactly 3 days later to the hour when Elon Musk attacked him and issued his first tweet against Donald Trump that began with the words, "I just can't take it anymore." Today, prompted by a reporter, Donald Trump finally broke his cowardly silence, and then the insanity really started.
Look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible.
Donald Trump got his wish. Elon Musk decided to criticize him directly.
Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape, he said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next.
Well, he got that right. Elon Musk then live tweeted, "Whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched, very unfair, but ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill." Elon Musk did not actually identify the so-called pork in the bill. He also denied that he knew what was in the bill, saying, "This bill was never shown to me even once and was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even read it." Elon Musk tweeted that over a video of Donald Trump speaking in the Oval Office minutes before Elon Musk tweeted it. And then Elon Musk told Donald Trump what Elon Musk believes Donald Trump owes him. "Without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude." And that is a perfectly reasonable political argument, perfectly reasonable political case to make about how that election was won and lost. We've all spent our lives hearing how much money matters in politics. Money is everything in politics and in campaigns. And that makes it entirely likely that when the richest person in the world decides to make the biggest political contribution in history, it would make a difference, a decisive difference. Donald Trump in the Oval Office with the German chancellor beside him humiliated himself by desperately insisting to the world that he would have won without Elon Musk.
I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway.
We'll never know. We'll never know if Donald Trump could have won that election without all of Elon Musk's money, the biggest political contributor in history. Imagine what would have happened if Elon Musk sent that money in the other direction. We don't know. And then Elon Musk threatened to create a new political party, a political party that would obviously pull votes away from the Republican Party. Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle? There aren't 80% in the middle, of course, but there are enough Elon Musk followers who could turn against Republicans and give the House of Representatives to the Democrats next year, along with the Senate and the presidency in the election after that. That's some of what is at stake in the most insane public outburst that has ever occurred between a president of the United States and his biggest money contributor. Donald Trump then took to his social media site and posted, "Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy!" exclamation point. So there's Donald Trump saying, I asked him to leave. That's Donald Trump saying he fired Elon Musk. That's what we were reporting on this program last night. White House sources indicating, by the way, none of them believable, just as Donald Trump is not believable, that Elon Musk was fired. We will never know. Did Donald Trump fire Elon Musk because Donald Trump's a pathological liar? Elon Musk is a pathological liar. But does Elon Musk feel that he was fired? Maybe. And Donald Trump was also claiming in that idiotic tweet that we were all forced to buy electric cars. We who have, I am among them, who have never purchased an electric car. And then Donald Trump says, the other guy is crazy. Puts it all in capital letters. The other guy's crazy. Craziest president in history says the other guy's crazy, to which Elon Musk says, what I've been saying about almost everything Donald Trump has said since he first opened his mouth in 2011 about President Obama's birth certificate. Elon Musk said, such an obvious lie. So sad. And so there we are. Day 136 of the Trump presidency. Elon Musk calling Donald Trump what I have been calling Donald Trump since 2011 on this program, a liar. Donald Trump has been a liar every single day of his political career. And Elon Musk has probably known that. And Elon Musk has done almost as much lying about political issues in America as Donald Trump. And so it's war between Musk and Trump. Steve Bannon, a Trump loyalist who was fired from the first Trump White House, but served a longer run in that White House than Elon Musk did, said, people, including myself, are recommending to the president that he pull every contract associated with Elon Musk and that major investigations start immediately, one, into his immigration status, his security clearance, and his history of drug abuse, two, into his relationship with the Chinese Communist Party, including but not limited to trying to force a briefing of highly top secret war plans with China at the Pentagon, three, and into his involvement with attempting to get President Xi to the inauguration. So now, Trump world wants to investigate Elon Musk. Donald Trump announced a completely ridiculous investigation, apparently to find out how old Joe Biden was when he was president of the United States. But the Biden investigation news did not turn out to be the investigation news of the day, because Trump cheerleaders now want to investigate Elon Musk. Donald Trump then posted, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. That was Donald Trump's way of trying to shut up Elon Musk. That was Donald Trump's big shot at Elon Musk. That was his biggest shot, shut down the government contracts. And Donald Trump's biggest shot of the day against Elon Musk in his war against Elon Musk did not work. Because after Donald Trump threatened to cut off all of Musk's government contracts, Elon Musk then went Twitter nuclear. Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT exclamation point. And just to top that off, Elon Musk said yes to a follower of his who said, President versus Elon, who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached and J.D. Vance should replace him. Yes, said Elon Musk to that. Impeach Donald Trump. And so they have both fired their biggest shots at each other. The question for Donald Trump, who spent the last 3 days in fearful silence about Elon Musk, is, can he crush the richest person in the world? Or should he beg for a truce with Elon Musk? The Epstein files are, of course, the criminal investigative files on Donald Trump's old friend, the pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, who killed himself in prison. Twitter is now filled with the video of that dancing friendship with that pedophile, thanks to Elon Musk pushing the video of the Trump-Epstein friendship on Twitter. You can expect to see more and more of that on Twitter. And so we have no idea what's coming next. We have no idea what happens tomorrow. But we do know that Donald Trump will be humiliated, and we do know that Elon Musk will continue to suffer huge financial losses, as he did today with the Tesla stock price crashing, losing $152 billion in market value, thanks to Elon Musk's madness today, which will win him no fans among good and decent people who oppose Donald Trump and who will never buy a Tesla again, because they will never forget what Elon Musk did with the money that they paid him for their Teslas. They will never forget what Elon Musk did during his worship Donald Trump period. Good and decent people will never forget Bill Gates' description of Elon Musk as the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children, because that is exactly what Elon Musk did and what he's continuing to do tonight. And those children are dying tonight because of Elon Musk. And so two madmen are at war, and we have no idea what happens next. But we can only hope that it helps derail the mission of non-stop cruelty that the Trump White House is visiting on this country and the world every day. Well, the crisis facing this country and the world tonight is the complete collapse of mental acuity in the President of the United States, the current president. This weekend, the President of the United States endorsed a social media post that says there is no Joe Biden, executed in 2020, Biden clones, doubles, and robotic engineered, soulless, mindless entities are what you see. Needless to say, Donald Trump is the only president in history who can publicly embrace and accept and believe such insanity without immediately provoking a rush of questions by the White House press corps and news organizations around the world about the sanity of the American president, which means that the insanity of the current American president is now officially taken for granted in the news media. No huge banners on the cable news network that recently devoted itself to the issue of presidential mental acuity. The overwhelming majority of the American news media has absolutely no problem now with Donald Trump saying there is no Joe Biden executed in 2020. Donald Trump didn't actually write those words himself, but he found those words in his poisoned social media feed, and he decided to fully endorse and embrace those words. The New York Times remains one of the news organizations that finds that kind of behavior in a president strange, though not worthy of big front-page headlines. And so the New York Times ran a story titled, "Trump Amplifies Another Outlandish Conspiracy Theory, Biden is a Robotic Clone." And here is the most important line in that story. The White House did not respond to requests for comment on the post about Mr. Biden. That, of course, would be impossible for any other White House if the president amplified, quote, another outlandish conspiracy theory. If any other president said that a previous living president is a robotic clone, that White House would not be able to simply refuse to comment. But that is how fully Donald Trump has crushed political reporting and political coverage in this country. And because he has crushed it, he can, in publicity terms anyway, get away with anything, and he knows it. Donald Trump is behaving like someone who believes he can get away with anything. If you want to rush to Donald Trump's defense, you are going to have to guess at a defense. You're going to have to make up a defense that Donald Trump himself has not offered. You have every right to believe, as a result of that single post alone, that Donald Trump is completely deranged and has no idea what day it is or what country he lives in. That is as defensible a reaction to Donald Trump's post as the notion that it's a joke. Neither one of those reactions can be proved. But what is undeniable by anyone, anywhere, the still breathtaking stupidity of Donald Trump to find that post in the poisonous flow of his social media and decide that that's the one he wants to push that day. That is a man whose stupidity knows no bounds. That is the man whose stupidity never bumps into decency, which would then prevent him from doing the indecent, the stupid. In fact, Donald Trump can be counted on tomorrow to be stupidly indecent about something. And Joe Biden never appointed anyone to anything as incompetent and reckless and cruel as Elon Musk, who bid his farewell to his formal engagement of service with the Trump administration on Friday in the Oval Office, where his physical behavior gave many indications of possibly confirming the headline that emerged in the New York Times that very day. On the campaign trail, Elon Musk juggled drugs and family drama. We await an explanation of Elon Musk's physicality, including his inexplicable gazes at the ceiling and head twisting at the ceiling in the Oval Office. The Fox White House reporter, who appeared to be the master of ceremonies of the press corps in the Oval Office on Friday because he was allowed to ask many more questions than anyone else, seems to be on his way to ask about the New York Times breaking news about Elon Musk's drug use.
There is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between...
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication?
Notice that the Fox reporter immediately stopped when Elon Musk ordered him to stop and wait. Elon Musk then went into a lying soliloquy about the New York Times, ending with a direct order to the Fox reporter to, quote, these were his words, move on. And the Fox reporter did exactly what Rupert Murdoch is paying him to do in that situation. He moved on when ordered to move on by anyone in Trump world. That is the same Fox reporter who gleefully joined in the screaming at Joe Biden or his press secretary in the Biden White House. Every reporter working in the Biden White House knew they could scream at Joe Biden or scream at the White House press secretary and not be kicked out of the Biden White House permanently or ever. And like children who know they won't get in trouble if they do it, they did it. They screamed at Joe Biden and his press secretary. And like children who know they will get in trouble if they do it, they don't dare do it now. Because Donald Trump has crushed all of that. And so Donald Trump and Elon Musk got away with another lying session without any serious challenge from a single White House reporter, not one of whom asked Elon Musk how it felt to kill children. Not one of those White House reporters covering Elon Musk's farewell from government service asked him to reply to Bill Gates' description of Elon Musk as the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children. That is Elon Musk's singular achievement in government, because Elon Musk decided to destroy the United States Agency for International Development, the agency that was feeding more starving children in the world than any other agency. More starving children in the world depended on surplus food from the United States to survive. Food we do not need and cannot consume. Food we have overproduced in this country. And Elon Musk decided to take that food away from them and let them die. And that is not news to the White House press corps. No one is counting, because Elon Musk fired the people who were counting. Collecting statistics in advanced economies is relatively easy, with advanced methods relatively accurate, but in many parts of the world, the most impoverished parts of the world, statistics can be hard to come by. Not every baby gets a birth certificate. Not every baby gets a death certificate. The people who would be counting how many people Elon Musk killed by killing USAID were the very people who Elon Musk fired from USAID. So Elon Musk commits the greatest crime of the 21st century against the poverty population of the world and fires everyone who would be able to quantify for us the enormity of the crime. The New York Times reports, quote, Mr. Musk's drug consumption went well beyond occasional use. He told people he was taking so much ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, that it was affecting his bladder, a known effect of chronic use. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms. And he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall, according to a photo of the box and people who have seen it. He had a whole box full of drugs that he could have been using when he was taking life-saving drugs away from children. The New York Times account is about the drugs Elon Musk was taking during the presidential campaign. NBC News has not independently confirmed the New York Times reporting. Elon Musk has not actually denied a single word of the New York Times reporting. The New York Times says, quote, we provided Musk with multiple opportunities to reply or rebut this reporting before publication, and he declined. The New York Times reporting suggests that Elon Musk took flight on a campaign stage with Donald Trump the first time he was up there because he was possibly on ketamine or ecstasy or Adderall or psychedelic mushrooms or all of the above at the same time. The Times obtained a text message before Elon Musk joined the Trump campaign, in which Elon Musk complained about the investigations of his businesses that the federal government was doing at the time. The Biden administration views me as the number 2 threat after Trump. I can't be president, but I can help Trump defeat Biden, and I will, he added. And the rest is tragic history. The richest person in the world poured money into a presidential campaign, more money than anyone else in the history of political contributions, and he did it to end the investigations that the federal government was aiming at his business activities. And of course, Donald Trump ended those investigations, because you get what you pay for with Donald Trump, especially if you're the richest person in the world. The worldwide cruelty campaign launched by Elon Musk and Donald Trump now includes deporting people who have never committed a crime to countries where they have never lived and do not speak the language. Elon Musk seems to believe that cruelty is the antidote to empathy, which he considers a great human weakness. Elon Musk told the comedian Joe Rogan, quote, "The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy." Abraham Lincoln did not know that. Abraham Lincoln believed he should govern with empathy. So did Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So did most presidents, some better than others. It was empathy coupled with geopolitical and public health wisdom that led President George W. Bush to create the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, which saved 26 million lives in Africa alone before Elon Musk decided those lives were not worth saving.
Has anyone in the world died because of what Elon Musk did?
Listen,
yes or no, reclaiming my time. If you won't answer, that's a loud answer.
No one has died because of USAID.
The people who have died
as
a result of cutting off the oxygen of a woman in Burma and denying HIV/AIDS treatment to those in Africa. They are dead now at the hands of Elon Musk and his co-conspirators.
This is why I'm introducing the Rubio Act. So you focus on the one job that the Senate gave you to serve as our Secretary of State because you are clearly distracted, okay? After the last few months, I understand why President Trump has such colorful nicknames for you. You're obedient. You're following the rules. You will do anything the president tells you to do without regard for the law, the Constitution, America's security, or standing as a leader in the world. Unlike you, I do not fear crossing Donald Trump. I refuse to give up on these children.
Marco Rubio did not tell the truth to the committee, and the proof that he was not telling the truth is that he has changed his story after that testimony. The Washington Post fact-checked Marco Rubio's testimony, saying, "There is no dispute that people have died because the Trump administration abruptly suspended foreign aid. One might quibble over whether tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands have died." In his testimony, Secretary of State Rubio tried to contradict reporting from Africa from the New York Times' Nicholas Kristof. Nicholas Kristof responded to Rubio's testimony, writing in the New York Times, "Let me help Rubio with the truth. Meet Evan Anzu, a 5-year-old boy who was born with HIV in South Sudan. I mentioned Evan in a column in March from South Sudan. This was a child as precious as yours or mine. Evan's life was in our hands, and for 5 years, America kept him alive with antiretroviral medicines costing less than 12 cents a day through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR. This was a program started by President George W. Bush and has saved more than 26 million lives so far, and it turned the tide of AIDS around the world and built enormous goodwill toward the United States. Then along came President Trump and his freeze on most humanitarian aid in January. How could a 5-year-old orphan possibly obtain medicine on his own? Evan weakened and soon died of an opportunistic infection. Marco Rubio told the House committee, "No children are dying on my watch." Evan died on his watch. Evans of all ages are dying on Marco Rubio's watch, and no one is counting. And so we don't know, as of tonight, whether it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Evans, but we know it will be. In a New York Times column titled, quote, "Elon Musk's Legacy is Disease, Starvation, and Death," Michelle Goldberg reports, Brooke Nichols, an associate professor of global health at Boston University, has estimated that these cuts have already resulted in about 300,000 deaths, most of them of children, and will most likely lead to significantly more by the end of the year. This is what Musk's foray into politics accomplished. If there were justice in the world, Musk would never be able to repair his reputation, at least not without devoting the bulk of his fortune to easing the misery he's engendered. Musk's sojourn in government has revealed severe flaws in his character, a blithe, dehumanizing cruelty, and a deadly incuriosity. Bill Gates has seen starving children in Africa many, many times and has devoted his life and his billions to trying to save them, which makes Bill Gates' verdict on the current richest person in the world so important and powerful. Bill Gates, the former richest person in the world, said, "The picture of the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children is not a pretty one. And the picture of the richest person in the world carrying around his drug box of ecstasy, Adderall, psychedelic mushrooms, and then taking life-saving drugs away from the poorest people in the world is a picture only Donald Trump could have created." And with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, soulless, mindless entities are what you see. We'll be right back. Well, we have new reporting tonight that Elon Musk's last TV performance with Donald Trump on Friday in the Oval Office may have been less a farewell ceremony than it was the latest version of Donald Trump's "You're Fired" TV show. Elon Musk lashed out at Donald Trump today, and it may be because, as NBC News is reporting tonight, Musk had hoped to stay on in his special government employee capacity beyond the 130-day period, which the White House ultimately did not accommodate. And if true, then Elon Musk was effectively fired by Donald Trump, which could explain Elon Musk screaming at the top of his Twitter lungs this afternoon, "I just can't stand it anymore." We have never had a more disturbed holder of the title richest person in the world than the person who holds that title tonight. And that person has apparently never been more disturbed than he is tonight. And Elon Musk has, over the years, publicly discussed suffering from depression and disturbances of various kinds for which he sought treatment that included carrying around a box of drugs during the last presidential campaign, according to reporting in the New York Times. The Times also reported that Elon Musk used ketamine, Adderall, psychedelic mushrooms, and of course, ecstasy, which is not a legally prescribed drug. With that in mind, imagine the tension Elon Musk must have been feeling today when at 1:31 p.m. he tweeted, quote, "I just can't stand it anymore." No previous richest person in the world has ever declared to the world, "I just can't stand it anymore." I'm speaking to you tonight from a building named after the once richest person in the world, John D. Rockefeller, whose riches were built on monopolizing the oil industry, but whose name now lives on in the Rockefeller Foundation, which for 112 years has been using Rockefeller wealth to do good in the world, something Elon Musk has chosen not to do. Elon Musk said today, "I just can't stand it anymore." He wasn't talking about the feeling of being responsible for killing at least tens of thousands of people, approaching hundreds of thousands of people in Africa and elsewhere in the world who are now starving to death because Elon Musk literally took their food away when he destroyed the United States Agency for International Development, the largest famine relief provider in the world. When Elon Musk said, "I just can't stand it anymore" today, he wasn't talking about the feeling he has thinking about the people from whom he personally took away AIDS treatment medication that kept them alive. It's a tortured statement. "I just can't stand it anymore." It's something that no previous richest person in the world has ever declared to the rest of the world. The Mali Empire's 14th century leader, Mansa Musa, then by far the richest person in the world, never said, I just can't stand it anymore. But then he was never fired by Donald Trump. Bill Gates, formerly the richest person in the world, described Elon Musk as, quote, the world's richest man, killing the world's poorest children. But that's not what was torturing Elon Musk. That's not what was driving him crazy. I just can't stand it anymore. He said that. He said that because of his disappointment in Donald Trump. Elon Musk lasted exactly one business day before he exploded with, I just can't stand it anymore. Elon Musk was escorted out the door of the White House Friday before sunset. He stayed silent about all things Trump on the next business day, which was Monday yesterday, made it halfway through a 9-to-5 day today before he cracked on Tuesday and attacked Donald Trump with these words, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Donald Trump told them to vote for it. That means Elon Musk is calling for shame on Donald Trump and saying to Donald Trump, you know you did wrong. You know it. This was the moment that all the watchers of Elon Musk and Donald Trump have been waiting for since Elon Musk joined the Trump presidential campaign. How long could the two strangest rich people in the world stand each other? Elon Musk declared today on day 134 of the Trump presidency, I just can't stand it anymore. And in response, the explosively rageful Donald Trump said nothing. And that is how you know who Donald Trump fears in this world. If you attack Donald Trump and Donald Trump says nothing, Donald Trump's silence is the biggest expression of fear that he has. Donald Trump fears not being able to get more money from the richest person in the world. Donald Trump fears the richest person in the world turning his money against Donald Trump's candidates in Republican primary elections. And Donald Trump fears the richest person in the world convincing Republican members of the Senate and the House not to vote for Donald Trump's budget bill that Elon Musk now calls a disgusting abomination. A disgusting abomination. Semantic infiltration was a term that I only heard from the Harvard professor turned United States Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. He used it to describe a situation in which one side forces the other side to use its language to describe something. Rupert Murdoch did that with the title of his so-called cable news channel. It's not a news channel. It's a right-wing propaganda channel. But Rupert Murdoch called it Fox News. The second word of that title is a lie. But Rupert Murdoch, through semantic infiltration, knew he could force everyone to call his propaganda news through semantic infiltration, calling it Fox News, and it worked. And it usually does. There's another cable news network that claims to be objective in every way that has been calling the Trump Republican budget bill routinely the big, beautiful bill. And that is successful. Trump semantic infiltration into that network to force them to use his words, to call the cruelest piece of legislation of the 21st century beautiful. The Democrats have countered, calling it a big, ugly bill, and now the Democrats have another choice. They can call it a disgusting abomination and be quoting Elon Musk every time they do it. And so the successful semantic infiltration of the words big and beautiful met in head-on collision with disgusting abomination today. And disgusting abomination is now the headline phrase of this news cycle about the Trump Republican budget bill. 4 minutes after tweeting, I just can't stand it anymore, Elon Musk followed that up with, it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. That is exactly what Democrats have been saying since the day Donald Trump and Republicans started talking about their budget bill. And they said that every day that Donald Trump talked about doing exactly this during his presidential campaign, that they were going to dramatically increase the national debt. That's what the Republican agenda has been from the start. And only now does Elon Musk realize what Republicans have always done to the national debt. Republicans have always increased the national debt. That is the only thing they've ever done with the national debt. And Democratic administrations have always reduced the deficits that have been run up by reckless Republican presidents and Republican Congresses. That is the budgetary cycle we've been in since the 1980s. Republican presidents increase the deficits. Democratic presidents from Bill Clinton forward come into office and reduce the deficits created by the Republican presidents. And then when Republican presidents get another chance, they run up the deficits again, and they always do it exactly the same way, with massive tax cuts for the rich. The Republicans are going to massively increase the budget deficit and increase the national debt again. Elon Musk now knows that, apparently, and he spent 2 hours after that last tweet pondering his next tweet, or doing whatever he does when he's not tweeting. Looking for stuff, maybe, looking for boxes of stuff that he carries around, or just looking at the ceiling absentmindedly like he did in the Oval Office last week, inexplicably, while the President of the United States was speaking and everyone else in the room was looking at the President and listening to him. Everyone except the pained Elon Musk, who already looked like he just couldn't stand it anymore. Elon Musk, who just couldn't bring himself to listen to Donald Trump, to look at him and listen to him while he was speaking. Perhaps because Elon Musk knew right then, when he was standing there, that he was getting fired. And today, after his 2-hour Twitter silence, Elon Musk said, in November next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. That means Elon Musk wants to fire every single Republican member of the House of Representatives, except for 2 who voted for the disgusting abomination of the bill. 2 Republicans didn't vote for it. And that has to mean that Elon Musk wants to fire the man who apparently fired him on Friday. We fire all politicians who betrayed the American people, says Elon Musk. That's Elon Musk saying that Donald Trump betrayed the American people by pushing this bill that Elon Musk now calls a disgusting abomination. And so there it is. On the 134th day of the Trump presidency, Elon Musk wants to fire Donald Trump for betraying the American people, which is 5 years late, Elon. He betrayed the American people on January 6th, 2021. And he betrayed the American people when he tried to commit extortion in Ukraine with President Zelensky, which got Donald Trump impeached for the first time. And Donald Trump betrayed the American people by putting Elon Musk in charge of destroying the American government as we know it for as much as he possibly could for 130 days. The unelected Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, assigned by Donald Trump to take the food away from the mouths of the poorest people in the world, assigned by Donald Trump to be responsible, as Bill Gates said, for killing the poorest children in the world. And so Elon Musk's version of Donald Trump betraying the American people is the purely self-interested Musk version of Donald Trump betraying the American people. Mike Johnson, who was perfectly cast in the daily Republican psychodrama of the House of Representatives to play the guy who is obviously really in over his head, turned in another in over his head performance today.
What do you say to Elon Musk, who just called your bill a disgusting abomination?
Let me say this. It's very disappointing. Okay, I've come to consider Elon a good friend. He's obviously a very intelligent person, and he's done a lot of great work. But with all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill. We had a long conversation yesterday, he and I. Spoke for, I think, more than 20 minutes on the telephone, and I extolled all the virtues of the bill. And he seemed to understand that. We had a very friendly conversation about it.
So the in over his head guy spoke to the most disturbed, richest person in the world in history for 20 minutes yesterday, thinking, hey, problem solved. And the next day, Elon Musk says that that guy should be defeated in his congressional election in Louisiana next year, not just removed from the speakership, but removed from the House of Representatives and defeated and driven out of Washington forever. In November next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. He means Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, betrayed the American people. And all the other Republican members of the House who voted for that bill betrayed the American people. If you're a Republican senator tonight, you're in a position to stop this bill in its tracks and do it for the richest person in the world. And if you don't, you will be taking the gamble that Elon Musk will be funding your opponent in your reelection campaign to the Senate next year. The mild-mannered and capable Republican Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, now has absolutely no idea how to defend his Republican senators running for reelection against campaign attacks from Elon Musk. And John Thune's Republican members of the Senate know that John Thune cannot defend them.
Are you concerned that he could help tank this bill and whip members against it? Did they listen to him or they listen to you?
Well, my hope is that as he has an opportunity to further assess what this bill actually does, that he'll come to a different conclusion. But nevertheless, I mean, we have a job to do.
John Thune's problem tonight is that Elon Musk no longer has a job to do in the Trump administration, and he is reportedly feeling like he got fired. And Elon Musk, who is himself a disgusting abomination, has just renamed your budget bill. NBC News is also reporting that Elon Musk is very disappointed that the bill doesn't include electric vehicle tax credits. Those tax credits, championed by Democrats, now being repealed by Republicans, have been very important to making Elon Musk the richest person in the world. And so Elon Musk is happy to run up the budget deficit as long as we're doing it in a way that makes more money for him, like the electric vehicle tax credits. Elon Musk is the abomination that the Republicans in the Senate and the House and that Donald Trump deserve. Well, no one is capable of humiliating Donald Trump as perfectly as Donald Trump humiliates Donald Trump. And Donald Trump did that again today. But he wasn't the only one. Donald Trump was also humiliated once again today in the Oval Office by the top elected official of another country, in this case, Canada. And we've seen a steady stream of that sort of humiliation of Donald Trump in the Oval Office this year, beginning with the president of France. The Canadian Prime Minister both humbled and humiliated Donald Trump at the same time, without Donald Trump having the slightest idea it was happening, because Donald Trump is a 78-year-old man, clearly off his game, is the polite way of putting it, and maybe in significant neurological decline and physical exhaustion at this point. When you watch Donald Trump on video and Sunday's Meet the Press saying, "I don't know," to Kristen Welker's very simple question, Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? You were watching what appears to be an exhausted hulk of a man with his inexplicable confection of hair slightly out of place for the very first time, and some perspiration beginning to shine through his makeup, who just right there on TV gave up. He just gave up in the middle of that interview, saying, I don't know. When is the last time you heard Donald Trump say, I don't know? That is one thing that the fast-talking salesman never says. Even when he doesn't know, which is most of the time. Donald Trump is the most ignorant person in American history to ever be asked questions about politics or government. And the true answer to more than 90% of those questions would always be, I don't know. But Donald Trump can never admit that. So he throws collections of words at questions that have no relationship to the question just to avoid saying, I don't know. That's the thing he really doesn't want to say. But on Sunday, with his big frame curled into a weary ball on the edge of his chair, Donald Trump gave up and just said, I don't know. He was, in effect, admitting that he doesn't remember the words of his oath of office in which he solemnly swore to defend the Constitution of the United States. Imagine how beaten down he had to be on the 104th day of his second presidency to humiliate himself by saying, I don't know. There's a lot more at stake for the country in Donald Trump's ignorance expressed in the answer to that question, of course. But the I don't know was another way of Donald Trump saying, I give up. I just can't sling this stuff anymore. Donald Trump is tonight a total loser based on his own measure of winning. It has been a long time since Donald Trump promised his followers that they would get tired of winning. He hasn't told them that this year, not this tariff year, not this trade war year. Instead, he's told them how many pencils they can buy or how many dolls they can buy for Christmas. But he has not told anyone that they're going to get tired of winning. Donald Trump made the country a promise. It was a promise that the country did not ask for. And it has become, as they say in soccer, an own goal for Donald Trump. Donald Trump promised 90 deals in 90 days after he crashed the stock market by starting a worldwide trade war, which Donald Trump is very much losing, according to his own standard. Donald Trump promised 90 deals in 90 days, 25 days ago.
So we're going to run 90 deals in 90 days is possible. The boss is going to be the chief negotiator.
The boss is going to be the chief negotiator. Wow, that's great. So that's the first time in history that the president of the United States would be the chief negotiator of any trade deal. And as of tonight, the chief negotiator, Donald Trump, is showing the world what the art of no deals looks like. Donald Trump has exactly 0 deals in 25 days.
I have a deal. Done. But I need to wait for their prime minister and their parliament to give its approval, which I expect shortly. Well, I'm not going to tell you what country.
He was lying, of course, and I told you that night that he said that the most incompetent Commerce Secretary in history had no deal. None. That was 7 days ago. And Howard Lutnick has not dared to say that again, has not dared to say again that he has that deal, because he has no deal. Donald Trump has not negotiated a single deal, which means in his own terms, he is the loser in every one of the 25 deals he is supposed to have negotiated as of tonight. He has lost 25 times because he has gotten absolutely nothing in those 25 days. But that hasn't prevented Donald Trump from lying about it. Here's Donald Trump 2 weeks ago in an interview with Time magazine. Question: there's 0 deals so far. Why is that, Trump? No, there's many deals. Question: where are they? When are they going to be announced? Trump: You have to understand, I'm dealing with all the companies, very friendly countries. We're meeting with China. We're doing fine with everybody, but ultimately, I've made all the deals. That was a lie. 0 deals. The art of no deals is to simply lie about mythical deals. Someone must have told the Treasury Secretary that it is against the law to lie to Congress, because this is what Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary told a House committee today.
China, we have not engaged in negotiations with as of yet.
Donald Trump said 2 weeks ago that Donald Trump was meeting with China. We're meeting with China. Those were his exact words. The Treasury Secretary today said, no, that's not true at all. Not one word has been spoken to China. None of us are meeting with China. The president wasn't telling the truth. That's what the Treasury Secretary told Congress. So there's Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary humiliating Donald Trump today and knowing he can get away with it because he has seen Donald Trump up close this year. And he probably knows that the Donald Trump who is now mired in the 25th day of the art of no deals is not spending his day watching the Treasury Secretary testify about Donald Trump to a House committee. No. Donald Trump spent some of his day with the electorally victorious new Prime Minister of Canada, who won an election that was fueled by Canadian voter intense opposition, is the kindest word to put on it, opposition to Donald Trump. The very first president of the United States to actually offer himself as a candidate for Canadians to vote for on Election Day in a social media burst of Trumpian constitutional dementia. You're about to see the video of Donald Trump achieving the art of no deals once again today in his utterly demented attempt, this time on TV, to make Canada the 51st state. What you are about to see is the President of the United States, who sounds like he is out of his mind, sitting beside a real head of state who obviously, though he must have expected it, still can't really believe what he's hearing in the Oval Office. And you will watch how the Canadian Prime Minister says absolutely no to Donald Trump to his face, with Donald Trump far too exhausted at this point to try to interrupt the way he did when Ukraine's President Zelensky was sitting beside him in the Oval Office. Things have gone very badly for Donald Trump every day since President Zelensky was in the Oval Office. And Donald Trump had no fight in him today when the very polite Canadian beside him talked rings around Donald Trump like a ringmaster in a circus with a trained animal, threw in some magic words that sounded flattering enough to Donald Trump so that Donald Trump actually, and you'll see this, ends up nodding and agreeing with the man who is humiliating him and defeating him right there in the room on TV. The first thing you will hear Donald Trump say after the Canadian Prime Minister has humiliated him is, "That's true." That's what Trump says. No president has ever lost more in one conversation in the Oval Office than Donald Trump lost in these 90 seconds.
I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said, that's the way it was meant to be. But, you know, I do feel it's much better for Canada. But we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO.
Kind of sad. The old guy slumped forward in his bad posture, the Canadian sitting up, the Canadian talking rings around him. Prime Minister Mark Carney, you can see, thinking of mind racing while Donald Trump's saying these insane things. And then finally, when the Prime Minister gets his shot, could not be more calm. And Donald Trump doesn't even understand what's happening on the Canadian side of that conversation. The other deal Donald Trump failed to make right there in that room on TV was a trade deal with Canada, which Donald Trump has been promising all year. Now, to make a new trade deal with Canada, Donald Trump will have to legally amend through a vote in Congress the trade deal that he already has with Canada, that his administration negotiated in the first Trump presidency. That was the rewrite of the North American Free Trade Agreement, which Donald Trump signed into law in 2018. That agreement, which Donald Trump signed into law, makes it legally impossible for Donald Trump to reach a trade agreement with Canada without also reaching a trade agreement with Mexico at the same time.
Are you optimistic? Can we make a deal with Canada?
I think it's really complex. I think this is really complex because they have been basically feeding off of us for decades upon decades upon decades, right?
Wrong. But what could possibly be the problem? The boss is in the room with the boss of Canada. Why couldn't the boss make a deal today? The Lutnicks in the Trump administration never said it's very complex when they promised 90 deals in 90 days. Donald Trump is now refusing to do joint press conferences, the standard thing with visiting heads of state, because he does seem to have figured out exactly how much humiliation would be heaped upon him in such a press conference. Prime Minister Mark Carney had a few things to say, though, after teaching Donald Trump a few lessons in the Oval Office.
I was watching your face through the meeting in the Oval Office, and I wondered what was going through your mind when the president talked about erasing the artificial border and how he criticized your predecessor and Madam Freeland.
Thank you for your question. I'm glad that you couldn't tell what was going through my mind as that was going through. With respect to the first point, the president has made known his wish about that issue for some time. I've been careful always to distinguish between wish and reality. I was clear there in the Oval Office, as I've been clear throughout on behalf of Canadians, that this is never going to happen. Canada is not for sale. It never will be for sale. Some things, as I said in the room, some things are never for sale. And he agreed with that. I distinguish between the two.
Have you asked the president to stop calling Canada the 51st state?
Yes.
When did you ask him?
Today.
What was his answer?
Well, we'll look. I don't know. He's the president. He's his own person. I would go back to showing the difference between a wish and a reality. We're very clear. I've been very clear publicly, consistently. I've been very clear in private. I was clear again in the Oval Office. Would be clear throughout. The president, he understands that we're having a negotiation between sovereign nations, and that we will only pursue and accept a deal that's in the best interests of Canada, not just in the short term, but in the medium and long term for Canada.
Which country do you think is prouder today of their highest ranking elected official? Canada or the United States? That view you just saw, by the way, is the view from the Canadian Embassy, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, embassy buildings in Washington. And it is the closest embassy to the capital of the United States, a deliberate choice by Canada and the United States to show how close these two governments are supposed to be and always have been until Donald Trump insanely decided to cause trouble with the strongest ally the United States of America has ever had. Donald Trump always lied about tariffs during the presidential campaign. He always told the lie that China would pay the Trump tariffs. Other countries would pay the Trump tariffs. Now Donald Trump is telling Americans that tariffs will make them unable to afford the number of toys they might want to buy for their children for Christmas because we pay the tariffs. Donald Trump's teaching everyone that. Donald Trump is telling his followers that they won't be able to afford the number of pencils they might want to buy. That's how much they're going to have to pay for the Trump tariffs. Donald Trump has now made it very clear who pays the Trump tariffs. He's actually made it clearer than anyone else who's ever attempted to make it clear by talking about dolls and pencils and making it really simple and telling people it's going to cost you. It's going to cost us. He's telling people they will be only able to afford 5 pencils when the Trump tariffs are in full effect. A pencil costs 25 cents now. He thinks you're only going to be able to afford 5 of them because when you pay those tariffs, price of a pencil is going to be so high. What, $5? What's he talking about? And because Donald Trump's dominant characteristic is now and always has been rank stupidity, he cannot stop bumping into his own stupidity about his examples of what can be under the Christmas tree because of his tariffs. After saying last week that because of his tariffs, children will get $2 instead of $30. That's what he said. $2 instead of $30 for Christmas. And then this week, amending that to $3, $4, or maybe even $5 when he stupidly talked about Christmas again while meeting with someone in the Oval Office this evening who has nothing to do with Christmas or tariffs. He did it again. There he was in a meeting with the head of an international soccer organization. No one was there to mention tariffs or Christmas or what you can afford on Christmas because of Donald Trump's tariffs. The president, who has said the stupidest things ever said in the White House about Christmas or dolls or tariffs, stumbled and bumbled his way into saying this about his visitor, the soccer guy.
He's got great enthusiasm, and that's one of the reasons that you've had such success over the last number of years that you've been there. Amazing. He's like somebody that just woke up on Christmas morning as a young child and saw those toys under the tree, and that enthusiasm really plays very well, I have to say.
Really? How many toys under the tree for him? If there's a soccer ball under the tree for that soccer-obsessed visitor in the White House, it will come with a 145% tariff on it if it actually manages to arrive in shipments from China, which have slowed down and stopped in many cases. The Trump tariffs might make it impossible for many American parents who want to have a soccer ball under the tree this Christmas. Just might not be able to happen. The Trump tariffs might just block those soccer balls from ever arriving in this country because the stores that have to order those soccer balls are not capable of paying 145% tariff for those soccer balls. So they might not order them. They might not be here in December. But there's Donald Trump using the one example to express enthusiasm that he should absolutely stay away from the enthusiasm and joy of the child coming down to that Christmas tree on Christmas morning, a Christmas morning where Donald Trump has already told American parents that they will not be able to afford what their children want. How weak must his mind be to have allowed himself, at the end of another tiring day, living under his full responsibility for starting a worldwide trade war, that he is losing? How weak must he have been mentally and physically to have said, he's like somebody that just woke up on Christmas morning as a young child and saw those toys under the tree? He said that. Donald Trump, in that idiotic statement, invited yet another focus on his choice to be the Scrooge president, which is what Republican political analyst Karl Rove is now calling him, the Scrooge president. Donald Trump's example of there being only 2 dolls under the Christmas tree this year, which earned him the nickname Donnie Two Dolls on this program last week, has quickly and vividly taught any Americans who did not already understand it that we are the ones, and the only ones, who will pay the Trump tariffs. Every penny of an American tariff, every penny of a Trump tariff will be paid and can only be paid in the United States by American companies and consumers. Tariff revenue enters the Treasury of the United States only from within the United States. Every Treasury Secretary from the first, Alexander Hamilton, onward, has known that. Every member of Congress has always known that. Every member of the Senate, every president always knew that. But today, with Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary testifying to Congress, knowing that lying is against the law, he tried desperately to evade a very simple question posed by our first guest tonight. Who pays tariffs?
Who pays tariffs?
Sorry, well...
Who pays tariffs? Sorry, Mr. Secretary, please.
Excuse me.
The question is very simply, who pays tariffs, Mr. Chairman? I'd like him to answer that question.
Well,
he wants to answer other questions.
Well, Congressman, if the exporters, they dislike tariffs so much, why wouldn't they? If I think what you're trying to get me to say.
Did you remember the question? I'm not sure you did. Who pays tariffs?
It's a very complicated question.
Reclaiming my time. People pay tariffs, right? Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. As a small business owner, and unfortunately, I'd like that time back since you failed to recognize me for 30 seconds. So I just recently, from one of my suppliers, got the tariff surcharge on things. And in addition to the tariff surcharge, guess what else got raised? American-made walnut plaques. That has nothing to do with tariffs, but companies take advantage and do that. So right now, we are getting screwed right and left because of the indiscriminate use of tariffs. That's the reality for Main Street. So I'll ask one more time, who pays tariffs?
Sir, the history would show that it is a complicated mix of who pays the tariffs over various times.
So that's exactly the problem. If your answer, and you are a very educated person, you have a very impressive bio, cannot answer the question who pays tariffs because you won't answer that, and you say it's a complicated issue. It's not complicated. Consumers pay Trump's tariff tax. That's the reality.
You just saw a Treasury Secretary flunk an introductory economics course on TV. In children ages 1 to 17 in this country, where Donald Trump is president, is death by gunshot. And very few of those gunshots, very few are accidents. They're mostly homicides and suicides. In a new statistical analysis reported by the New York Times today, quote, firearm deaths of children and teenagers rose significantly in states that enacted more permissive gun laws after the Supreme Court in 2010 limited local government's ability to restrict gun ownership, a new study has found. In states that maintained stricter laws, firearm deaths were stable after the ruling, the researchers reported, and in some they even declined. And so the position of Donald Trump and the Republican Party on gun laws in this country means that more children are dying the more Republicans control gun laws in your state. That's something that won't be getting the news attention that it deserves tonight because Donald Trump has told the news media to look over there. Look at Los Angeles. And with TV screens filled with live shots from Los Angeles where nothing is happening right now, you could easily miss the video of Donald Trump stumbling as he went up the stairs yesterday to Air Force One. That's the thing Donald Trump doesn't want you to see more than any other video that could possibly occupy your television screen tonight. I would not be drawing any attention at all to a 78-year-old man or a 28-year-old man stumbling on stairs were it not for the deranged obsession Donald Trump and some in the news media had for Joe Biden once stumbling on those same stairs going to that same airplane. We've all stumbled at some point. We all will again. It is not news. But Donald Trump and much of the news media weaponized that kind of image against Joe Biden as they never had before in the history of American news coverage of stumbling, which is a very tiny body of news coverage because stumbling was never news before Joe Biden was president. By the time Donald Trump stumbled on the stairs, he had already ordered 2,000 California National Guard troops into action in Los Angeles or inaction. But hearing that that might not be enough to keep suppressing the Trump stumbling video, Donald Trump has now, tonight, ordered the movement of 700 Marines in California for deployment in Los Angeles. That is 700 Marines out of the 57,000 Marines stationed in the state of California permanently. And those 700 Marines have absolutely nothing to do in Los Angeles tonight. But their movements will help suppress news attention to the video of the 78-year-old man stumbling on those airplane steps. The Trump stumble video will never be seen on the news network that ran the Biden stumble video constantly on a loop. They firmly believe that a video of the president stumbling on steps, they believed that that was proof that a person was not capable of being president if that person was Joe Biden. None of the small-minded news media obsessing over a president's stumbling on steps seem to know that the longest-serving president of the United States, who died in his first term as president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, could never climb any steps, was in a wheelchair every day of his presidency and every day of his governorship in the state of New York before the presidency. You would not be seeing that image of Donald Trump stumbling on those steps if Donald Trump and so much of the news media had not spent literally years screaming about an image of Joe Biden doing the same thing. By keeping the attention focused on Los Angeles tonight, many news consumers will never hear what Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said in response to Donald Trump comparing Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky to two kids fighting in a playground. President Zelensky said, "This is more like an adult maniac who walks into a playground where children are sitting, comes in with a gun, and just starts taking people. He abducted children. That's a fact. He kills these children. He has killed them. That's a fact. He left children without parents. That's what this is like." And today, Donald Trump's unqualified, incompetent, and pathologically lying Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Kennedy Jr., who owes his job entirely to his father's name, fired all of the Center for Disease Control Prevention experts on vaccines. All of them. Gone. The Trump Secretary of Health and Human Services, who is determined to be as harmful to your health as any government official has ever been, is a dangerous disgrace whose madness will go unnoticed today because the cameras are in Los Angeles, where nothing is happening now. Yes, there was some vandalism in these small protests. No real violence by the protesters. The vandalism included a couple of electric cars on fire. But when every Tesla stuck in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood of Los Angeles in January was on fire, along with almost every house in the Palisades, Donald Trump sent no one. He sent no one to the other fires that were raging in Los Angeles after the Palisades fire got started, with cars burning everywhere in the city. Donald Trump sent no one. The Washington Post is reporting that Donald Trump was very worried last week after Elon Musk called for Donald Trump's impeachment, and Donald Trump started making panicked phone calls telling people that Elon Musk is, quote, a big-time drug addict. So that's Donald Trump confessing that in his view, he put a big-time drug addict in charge of, among other things, Social Security. Donald Trump, who claims he always hires the best people before he fires those people, took governing advice from someone who he now calls a big-time drug addict. Elon Musk's attacks on Donald Trump went quiet over the weekend when Elon Musk might have come to the realization of just how fully dependent on government his position as the richest person in the world is and always has been. Elon Musk's fortune was made in selling electric cars to American liberals, especially California liberals, who wanted to do their part to inhibit climate change. And those car sales were supported by massive tax subsidies written into law for the purchase of electric cars by liberals in the federal government, liberal Democrats. They built Elon Musk's fortune. Elon Musk's rocket launching company and satellite communication company are also hugely dependent on government contracts. Donald Trump, in effect, threatened Elon Musk, saying he would pay a heavy price if he actually switched his political support from Republican to Democrat. And that kind of threat, illegal threat, is something that is now taken for granted gangsterism in the Trump presidency. News media just takes that for granted. No scandal to them. According to Elon Musk, his big break with Donald Trump came last week, and only last week, when Elon Musk, for the first time ever, realized how much the Trump Republican budget bill would increase the national debt, something that has been public information since Inauguration Day. Adding $2.5 trillion to the national debt while executing the largest Medicaid cuts in history, which will also trigger Medicare cuts, is not an easy vote for a few Republicans in the Senate, and so the bill's in trouble. What had been the public legislative drama of getting that budget bill packed with cruelty through the Senate has now disappeared in favor of live camera shots tonight of nothing happening in Los Angeles. And that's the way Donald Trump wants it. That's Donald Trump in the control room, picking the shots. The Republican-controlled Senate Finance Committee has to vote on the most important provisions of the Trump cruel budget bill before it goes to a vote in the full Senate. And the Senate Finance Committee has jurisdiction over tax cuts, the Medicaid cuts, the Medicare cuts in that bill. And the Republican chairman of the Senate Finance Committee has not been able to even schedule a committee vote on those provisions yet, which is an indication they simply do not have those votes yet. They don't have enough Republican votes. But thanks to Donald Trump's movement of troops in California, Republicans in the Senate can try to put a deal together this week without any real press attention, as long as Donald Trump can keep moving troops in California, keep those live camera shots going where nothing is happening in Los Angeles, and keep those banners up on the protest porn network coverage of threatening moves that they think might happen in the next 10 minutes or the next hour or the next day. That's Donald Trump in the control room. California Governor Gavin Newsom has objected publicly and legally to the deployment of California National Guard, which is supposed to be under the California governor's jurisdiction. In legal filings tonight, the state of California told a federal court, the Constitution grants the states, not the federal executive, the authority to conduct ordinary law enforcement activities and to determine how their own state laws should be enforced. And in 2020, Donald Trump used to agree with that.
We have laws. We have to go by the laws. We can't move in the National Guard. I can call insurrection, but there's no reason to ever do that. Even in a Portland case, we can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor.
No reason to ever do that. That was then. And what has been happening in Los Angeles is actually just ordinary law enforcement. The protests there, at their largest, were among the smallest we've ever seen in the history of televised protests big enough for television in Los Angeles County, which is home to 10 million people, Los Angeles County. The San Francisco Chronicle captured these images of the California National Guard. Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted, I was just informed Trump is deploying another 2,000 Guard troops to LA. The first 2,000 given no food or water. Only approximately 300 are deployed. The rest are sitting unused in federal buildings without orders. This isn't about public safety. It's about stroking a dangerous president's ego. This is reckless, pointless, and disrespectful to our troops. The Latin phrase, posse comitatus, means power of the county. Counties were among the original law enforcement jurisdictions in what is now the United States, going all the way back to colonial times. And federal law makes it illegal to use the American military for regular law enforcement, which should be the power exclusively reserved originally to counties, local law enforcement. Federal law says, whoever, except in cases and under circumstances expressly authorized by the Constitution or Act of Congress, willfully uses any part of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or the Space Force as a posse comitatus, or otherwise to execute the laws, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. And so there is a reasonable interpretation of that law tonight, suggesting that if the Supreme Court of the United States had not invented their own notion of presidential immunity from criminal prosecution, Donald Trump could eventually have been charged in violation of what is commonly referred to as the posse comitatus law and be facing eventually a 2-year prison term. That's how wrong the authors of American law regarded this kind of abuse of authority before the Trump era. It all started in a raid in downtown Los Angeles in an area known as the Fashion District, where garment workers have been making clothes for as long as we've all been alive. It's not where the fashionable stores are. It's where the workers are. Just like the garment workers in New York City who've been making clothes for as long as we've all been alive, clothes we've all worn, Ambience Apparel has a website where everything they sell will look very familiar to you. That's the business that was raided. Women's and girls' closets are filled with the kind of inexpensive, sensible clothes that Ambience Apparel sells, makes and sells and imports. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents rounded up 46 workers at Ambience Apparel in a mission that they claimed was about arresting gang members and major criminals. Gang members don't make clothes for a living. Gang members don't spend their days at sewing machines in factories. Hardworking people do that. Hardworking people who believe in the American dream. Hardworking people who someday hope to attend their children and grandchildren's college graduations. Hardworking people who want their children to have the chances that they never had. That's who has always filled the workbenches in our garment factories in this country. Donald Trump got 46 of them. And not one of them has been charged with a crime. Not one. They didn't interrupt a drug deal in progress. They did not interrupt a gang meeting in progress. They didn't interrupt a gang plotting a major crime. They interrupted sewing your clothes, sewing the clothes worn by the families of those ICE agents. The company issued a statement saying, Ambiance complies with the law when it hired employees, and it has always only hired people it believes have the legal right to work in the United States. We have reached out to the government to try to learn more about this raid, but have not yet learned anything more about it. Ambiance will continue to both follow the law and support its employees, many of whom have been with us for decades. Decades. Then came Donald Trump. Trump officials have claimed that they broke up a money laundering ring with that raid.
That has to do with money laundering, tax evasion, and customs fraud, where a company underdeclared over $80 million in goods, failed to pay $17 million in fees.
I was on Morning Joe this morning. And as of tonight, no one has been charged with money laundering. No one has been charged with tax evasion. No one has been charged with customs fraud. But fathers have been taken away from their families. Mothers have been taken away from their families. And that is what the protest is about. That so-called border czar, who was talking about tax evasion just then on Morning Joe, has zero jurisdiction over tax evasion. And Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress have done everything they possibly can to reduce and destroy the Internal Revenue Service's ability to police tax evasion. And so when they tell you that an immigration raid was about tax evasion, they are insulting you. That is the way those protesters feel. They feel insulted because those protesters know what this is about, and all of Los Angeles knows what this is about. And we have seen massive numbers of people in the past turn out for public protests in Los Angeles. But those garment workers in detention tonight have actually turned out one of Los Angeles's smallest televised protesters. It was an easily manageable protest by the LAPD, the third largest police department in the country. Yes, protesters managed to close down a freeway in downtown Los Angeles on a Sunday, which has happened before in downtown Los Angeles protests, where it doesn't take a massive crowd to close down that particular freeway on a Sunday. And the Marines have never been called in to deal with a traffic jam in Los Angeles until now. The California National Guard has never been called in to deal with a traffic jam in Los Angeles until now. The California National Guard is sleeping on floors tonight in Los Angeles because Donald Trump needed a distraction more than he has ever needed one in his second term of the presidency. He needed a distraction from Elon Musk saying that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, a tweet that Elon Musk has now deleted, as Elon Musk seems to have realized just how much of his wealth is dependent on you, the taxpayers of the United States, the government of the United States. The 9,000 LAPD officers did not need military backup to arrest a total so far, over the last days, a total of 56 protesters arrested. That's right, 56. The state police force, the California Highway Patrol, made 17 of those 56 arrests. That was more backup than the LAPD needed for such a small crowd and such a small number of people doing anything that the police could possibly interpret as worthy of arrest. And the LAPD was not being especially nice to those protesters. If you watch the video of the most confrontational moments, the LAPD was very, very quick to push people around, push them to the ground, and make arrests with very, very little provocation. And the total is now 56. 56. NBC News is reporting that after Elon Musk exploded in Twitter rage against Donald Trump, the former richest person in the world, Bill Gates, saw an opening and met with Secretary of State Marco Rubio to try to restore the funding that Elon Musk ripped away from the United States Agency for International Development that provides famine relief to starving children and starving people of all ages and life-saving medication to the poorest people in the world. And Marco Rubio said no. Marco Rubio is obviously running for the next Republican presidential nomination, has decided that cruelty is the political selling point to the Trump voters who Marco Rubio wants to appeal to so desperately. And so Marco Rubio cannot get caught supporting something that he used to support in December, right up until Donald Trump was president, which was feeding starving children with the surplus food that America produces every year and cannot eat and cannot sell, and saving lives with medical supplies that cost this country next to nothing. The new Marco Rubio is the cruel Marco Rubio trying to work in the image and likeness of his now worshipped boss, Donald Trump, who Marco Rubio used to call a con man and a fraud. And so Donald Trump has troops moving in California, and the news media will keep its cameras on them, but there will be no cameras on the starving babies in Sudan, the starving mothers. Bill Gates called what Elon Musk did the world's richest man killing the world's poorest children. And now that the Secretary of State of the United States has taken over Elon Musk's cruelty mission in killing the poorest people in the world, the cameras are in downtown Los Angeles, exactly where Donald Trump wants them. 56 arrests in downtown Los Angeles is not news. 56 arrests. An estimated 300,000 people dying at the same time because of Donald Trump and Elon Musk, but the cameras are on the protesters as Donald Trump continues to stumble on stairs and stumble all over the Constitution. And we can never forget the 187 minutes when Donald Trump did absolutely nothing, when a federal building was under attack by a violent mob who were trying to kill police officers on their way to trying to kill the Vice President of the United States.
For hours, he would not issue a public statement instructing his supporters to disperse and leave the Capitol, despite urgent pleas from his White House staff and dozens of others to do so. Members of his family, his White House lawyers, virtually all those around him knew that this simple act was critical. For hours, he would not do it. During this time, law enforcement agents were attacked and seriously injured. The Capitol was invaded, the electoral count was halted, and the lives of those in the Capitol were put at risk. In addition to being unlawful, as described in our report, this was an utter moral failure and a clear dereliction of duty.
We'll be right back. No progress was reported today in Trump officials' meeting with Chinese government officials in London, where the world was hoping for a truce in Donald Trump's trade war. A senior economist at Economist Intelligence Unit told CNBC, quote, "The prohibitive tariffs were only lifted in mid-May. The damage was already done. Chinese exports of rare earth elements, for example, dropped 5.7% from a year ago. Rare earth elements are necessary components in electric vehicles and other products produced in the United States. China mines 70% of the world's rare earth elements and is responsible for 90% of the world's chemical process. Most Americans disapprove of the Trump tariffs that have restricted the flow of rare earth elements and other products. 59% oppose Trump tariffs, with 41% in favor of them. 77% believe Trump tariffs increase prices in the short term, and 50% say Trump tariffs increase prices in the long term. 75% believe Trump tariffs are trying to help the wealthy. When asked about Trump's budget bill, the Republican budget bill, 60% say it will help the wealthy, 31% say it will help middle class, 26% say the bill will help the poor, 47% believe it will hurt the middle class, and 54% believe it will hurt the poor. With polling like that on Donald Trump's economic policies, Donald Trump desperately needs news coverage to be focused on protests in Los Angeles. Joining us now is Jason Furman, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Obama. He's a professor of economic policy at Harvard University. Professor, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I wanted to catch up with you on where we are with the Trump tariffs in this economy and how the Trump budget bill interacts with these tariffs and what the net effect of it all is in a Trump economy and for voters and consumers out there.
Yeah, well, one thing we're discovering as the Treasury Secretary and his team are over in London is that China has a lot of moves too. It's not like we can just push everyone in the world around and get them to do what they want. China is withholding rare earths from us, and we're now in a place where we might concede some of the things that Biden did for national security to deny microchips to China just to get us back the rare earths to where we were. So we might actually lose ground relative to where Trump started this trade war.
And as we go forward, it's very hard to say where it's going to come out, but everybody on the other side of a discussion table, I won't even call it a negotiating table because I'm not sure what there is to negotiate on this trade thing. They aren't real trade deals, but every country on the other side of the table from the American officials knows that all of these tariffs are being challenged in court, and so far successfully challenged in court.
Yeah, that's right. Now, some of the China tariffs are on more legitimate legal standing. There really are national security issues involved with trade with China. The problem is that there's an asymmetry. China sells to countries all around the world. The United States is an important buyer, but we're not the only buyer. But for many of the things that we absolutely need for our industry, as you said, for electric vehicles, those rare earths, we can basically only get them from China. And that gives China just a really big piece of leverage and they didn't seem to have taken that into account when they put together their strategy.
But isn't there kind of a general leverage on the part of every country out there watching this case, especially as it works its way through the courts?
Yeah, for countries around the world, absolutely, it helps them. But, it also helps save us from ourselves. I mean, a lot of what we're doing here hurts us more than they hurt anyone else. And the problem is, when you try to wage a trade war on every country in the world simultaneously, it's just, you're hurting yourself. We should have focused on China from the beginning, and we should have gotten our allies together with us. And us plus our allies could accomplish something with China that we cannot when we're trying to do something to everywhere in the world simultaneously.
Harvard economics professor Jason Furman, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. And coming up, President Zelensky answers Donald Trump's foolish description of President Zelensky and Vladimir Putin as two kids fighting in a playground. President Zelensky said Vladimir Putin is a maniac in the playground trying to kill and killing children. Timothy Snyder joins us next. We have breaking news from Ukraine. The BBC reports Russia has launched a massive drone attack on the capital, Kyiv. Major Vitaly Kursenko has said, while a maternity ward in Odessa has also been targeted, the Odessa drone attack hit medical facilities and homes, killing a 59-year-old man and injuring 4. Governor Oleg Heber said, according to Agence France Presse, in the capital, emergency services were called to 4 districts a couple of hours after midnight on Tuesday. Lyshenko said on Telegram messaging app, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has a response now to Donald Trump's horrifically ignorant description of what he sees when he looks at Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine.
Sometimes you see 2 young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park. And you try and pull them apart. They don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart.
To which Ukraine's President Zelensky said, This is an adult. Putin is definitely not a child. He knows exactly what he's doing. This is more like an adult maniac who walks into a playground where children are sitting, comes in with a gun, and just starts taking people. He abducted children. That's a fact. He kills these children. He has killed them. That's a fact. He left children without parents. That's what this is like. And in my opinion, you can't just say, let's pull them apart. No one deals with maniacs like that. That's not how real life works. This is a maniac and a child on a playground. We'll be right back. We have breaking news from Ukraine. Russia has launched a massive drone attack tonight on Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. Joining us now is retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, former commander of the U.S. Army in Europe. And General Hertling, I want to get your reaction to what we're seeing in Vladimir Putin's new attacks. Over the weekend, they said it could have been the most massive attack yet of the entire war that he's waging there. But also President Zelensky's corrective to Donald Trump's description of this being two kids fighting in a playground. General, I'm not sure. General, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. I want to get your reaction to this new escalation by Russia and, of course, President Zelensky's description of what's really happening. It's not two kids fighting in a playground.
Right.
Do we have the General's audio?
Lawrence, I heard the clip earlier, what Zelensky said, so I can comment on that. It was perfect. I think it reinforces what exactly is happening. You have a bully entering a playground with a loaded weapon and threatening kids. It is an apt description of what Russia has been doing for the last 3 years in terms of committing repetitive war crimes against the Ukrainian people and hitting targets that are Ukrainian infrastructure.
Tactically, what do you see happening there tonight?
Well, over the last few days, Russia has been attempting to strike multiple targets. In fact, my report was yesterday, they tried to strike over 490 targets, of which Ukraine was able to stop about 470 of the attacks with air defense equipment. But that's going to be continuing in the same manner that Russia has used to try and influence and negatively affect the Ukrainian people. At the same time, reports that I'm receiving is showing that Ukrainian intelligence is getting much, much better. And they're significantly hitting Russia military targets to the degree that I think it's confounding Russia how they're getting, first of all, the intelligence, but also how they're hitting those targets deep inside of Russia. So again, it goes into a slugfest where you have Ukraine hitting military targets, and you have Russia continuing to commit war crimes, violations of the Geneva Protocols and the international law of war by hitting infrastructure and civilian targets. But I think you're going to see Ukraine, as I've said many times before, continue to push this inflection point where they're going to continue to hit targets that are going to be effective against the Russian Federation and against Mr. Putin's war.
Retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Lieutenant General Mark Hertling gets tonight's last word.
The last word with Lawrence O'Donnell starts right now. Hey, Lawrence.
Hey, Jen, we have some breaking news here that I'm going to have to read to you straight from military.com, which is very good at covering this, saying the 4,000 California National Guard soldiers who President Donald Trump surged into Los Angeles remain unpaid. due to delays in issuing official activation orders, leaving compensation and benefits in limbo. According to more than a dozen guardsmen across 4 units who spoke to military.com, none has received formal activation orders, the critical paperwork that not only authorizes their duty status, but also unlocks pay, TRICARE health benefits, and eligibility for Department of Veterans Affairs services. Without those orders, troops remain in legal and administrative limbo. And Jen, as someone who worked in a White House where things were done with the utmost care, you knew then that there are 1,000 reasons to do it carefully, and no one there knows all of the reasons. But this is one of those things that happens when you decide to deploy the National Guard in a way that hasn't been done before.
When there's absolutely no planning. We spoke with a San Francisco Chronicle reporter last night, Lawrence, who reported on with photos the National Guardsmen sleeping on the floor because there was no preparation. There wasn't preparation done because the governor didn't ask for them to come. I mean, I was speaking with Congressman Jake Auchincloss about this earlier. I know you've had him on before. He's a Marine veteran himself, about how these men and women are being asked to do things. They're delivering on orders. They're being asked to do things they shouldn't be asked to do. Obviously not getting pay, obviously potentially violating the law. They are serving our country and they're being put in an untenable situation.
There's a reason why we have procedures for these sort of things, and this is what happens when you don't follow them. And there's so much more to report. Thanks, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Thanks. Elon Musk is sorry. Elon Musk is sorry. Elon Musk, for the first time in his life of public derangement, is publicly saying he went too far. We've been reporting to you for months now that Elon Musk went too far in the very first thing he did in government, which was to take food away from starving babies, from starving families in the middle of a famine in Sudan, and to take food away from starving people around the world who could always count on getting some food, and in many cases, enough food. In most cases, actually, enough food to survive, and getting that food from us, from the United States of America, from the United States Agency for International Development, and we were always proud to deliver that food. Starving people usually didn't know where the food was coming from, but we did, and we were proud to be able to feed the starving people of the world with the surplus of food that this country has been producing for more than 100 years. The Great Plains became the breadbasket of the world when this country started producing more food than we could consume. And in the 20th century, and the United States proudly sent its first food relief shipment across an ocean in 1847, bound for Ireland to deliver famine relief there. And it wasn't enough, but it was something. Millions of Irish children and adults still starved to death. But the United States tried. The United States tried to help and did help. We sent food. We allowed Irish immigrants to come to this country where they could find work and food and never risk starvation again. And Elon Musk knew none of that history. Elon Musk never asked how many starving children were waiting for that food when he personally ordered a complete shutdown of the delivery of that food, which is now rotting in warehouses around the world. Elon Musk wanted the food to rot instead of delivering it to starving children and starving people. Elon Musk went way too far in shutting down the delivery of food to the starving around the world, the delivery of medicine, life-saving medicine to AIDS patients in Africa who have no other source of life-saving medicine. And so, yes, Elon Musk went too far. He went so far as to kill 300,000 people because there's nothing else you can call it when you take food away from starving people. The latest estimate is 300,000 deaths. And there is no one else in American history who is personally responsible for the death of 300,000 people. No one person is personally responsible for 300,000 people dying in American history except Elon Musk by one decision. But Elon Musk is not sorry about that. He's sorry, but he's not sorry about that. Elon Musk is not sorry about one death of one starving baby or the death of thousands of starving babies. Elon Musk doesn't think that that was going too far. Elon Musk invaded the Social Security Administration and may have obtained personal data on you and 300 million Americans. And he may be in possession of that personal data tonight as a private citizen, but he's not sorry about that. Elon Musk doesn't think his invasion of Social Security was going too far. In the middle of the night last night, when everyone in America not working a night shift was in bed at 3:04 a.m., Elon Musk tweeted, "I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far. They went too far." Elon Musk thinks that was going too far. When Bill Gates, the former richest person in the world, said that Elon Musk was the richest man in the world, killing the world's poorest children, Elon Musk did not tweet, "I regret killing the poorest children in the world. I went too far." And Elon Musk did not sue Bill Gates for saying that. Elon Musk did not say Bill Gates was wrong. The only person who Elon Musk regrets harming, the only person in the world he regrets harming now, is Donald Trump. After killing hundreds of thousands of people, that's what Elon Musk regrets. He regrets his tweets. And I know just how unbelievable this sounds, that the richest person in the world spent his time killing the poorest people in the world. But Bill Gates is an expert at saving lives in Africa. Bill Gates has devoted his life after stepping down from Microsoft to try to save lives in Africa, trying to stop the spread of malaria, trying to deliver clean water supplies and healthcare and mosquito nets and medical services and every single detail that supports public health among the most deprived people in the world. And the best estimates by the experts who Bill Gates knows, who know exactly what USAID was doing in Africa and around the world, now say that 300,000 people have died or will soon die because of what Elon Musk did to them by taking food away and taking medicine away. And the Washington news media does not care. Not one reporter in or around the White House or anywhere else who has had a chance to question Elon Musk has asked him about what it feels like to be the richest person in the world, killing the world's poorest children. They do not care. And because they don't care, because that news media does not care, they have added to this sensation of unbelievability about the behavior of the richest person in the world being far worse than the worst James Bond movie villain that has ever been imagined. There is no way to get through a Washington press corps more concerned today with last year's presidential campaign than they are with Donald Trump and Elon Musk killing children in Africa. There's no way to get through to them. And so when you hear just one person talking about it, you have a right to find it hard to believe. You have a right to wonder about it. You have a right to think that at some basic level, there are limits to human cruelty, but we know that there are not. We have learned that time and again throughout history. Most of us grew up with an eye on unlimited human cruelty occurring somewhere else. When we learned about Hitler's death camps and the mechanized extermination of 6 million Jews, we could think that unlimited human cruelty is not American and could never be American, but it is now. And Elon Musk doesn't regret it. Elon Musk doesn't think he went too far. He regrets some of his posts, some of his tweets about Donald Trump, but he doesn't say which ones, and so we're left to wonder. Does he only regret the posts he deleted, like the one saying that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files, thereby associating the President of the United States with a convicted pedophile who killed himself in federal prison? It's not the first time Elon Musk has played around with accusations about pedophilia. When some kids were trapped in a flooded cave in Thailand in 2018, Elon Musk leapt forward with suggestions about how to save them that turned out to be impossible. And people who were experts about it knew they were impossible. And then Elon Musk decided to attack the person who actually knew how to save those kids and eventually did come up with a successful plan to save those kids. Elon Musk decided to call that man, whose name I will keep out of this discussion right now, the pedo guy. And when he was sued for that lie, Elon Musk's defense was it was a joke. And to save himself from a legal judgment against him, Elon Musk publicly said, "I apologize." Elon Musk said that word apologize to save what could truly have been a massive legal judgment against him. And so Elon Musk leaves us to wonder, has he now admitted to being a pathological liar who will throw around pedophilia as part of his pathological lying about anyone, as someone whose public statements can never be trusted? Is that what he's telling us? Or is Elon Musk telling us that he really does know something about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and he is now going to cover up that truth for Donald Trump? Those are our only choices here. That's it. It's one or the other. And either way, it means that Elon Musk is willing to lie whenever it is convenient for him, and all future statements by Elon Musk should be evaluated as statements made by a now publicly admitted liar. And they are statements made by the person who Bill Gates says is the world's richest man, killing the world's poorest children. And in Elon Musk's now desperate, knee-bent subservience to Donald Trump, he has decided to side with Donald Trump on what's happening in Los Angeles. Elon Musk retweeted a post that said, "Without Twitter, a majority of Americans would think Los Angeles was peaceful and public support would be against President Trump. Twitter is where the truth lives." That is a lie. Los Angeles is peaceful. Los Angeles has been peaceful every single day since the TV cameras were turned on a driverless electric car that was set on fire by a small group of protesters in a downtown section of Los Angeles where no one goes on weekends. Los Angeles was completely peaceful that day except for that one little fire. And a fire is not a riot and does not disrupt a city. More than 99% of Los Angeles has been peaceful every single minute since protests began in Los Angeles on Friday. Rupert Murdoch's pathologically lying propaganda channel has a banner up there tonight saying that Los Angeles is in its 6th day of rioting. Los Angeles has not had one day of rioting, not 1 hour of rioting, not one moment of rioting. One burning car is not a riot. We've seen more than that after big championship games in Los Angeles and elsewhere around the country. So Elon Musk is now back lying to benefit Donald Trump and lying about Los Angeles. The drivers of Los Angeles made Elon Musk rich. Tesla sales took off when wealthy Los Angeles liberals started buying the car before anyone else did. And then other wealthy California liberals all over the state started buying Teslas, and the money from California liberals made Elon Musk the richest person in the world. And he took that money and he gave that money to Donald Trump to make him president. And last week, Elon Musk tweeted taking credit for electing Donald Trump by providing the money that Donald Trump needed to win. And that is as legitimate a claim of credit for how that election was decided as any other that you will hear. How an election was won or lost is always actually a theory. There is never a single proof. But Elon Musk has a good case to make. And so what you're seeing in Los Angeles, the Trump attempted invasion of Los Angeles, was in effect paid for by Tesla money, paid for by Elon Musk getting Donald Trump elected to be the first president of the United States to order Marines to deploy against the law in America. We haven't seen the Marines yet in Los Angeles because someone seems to know it's against the law for them to try to patrol the streets of Los Angeles in any way and in any capacity. It is also against the law for the federalized National Guard, which makes them federal troops, not state National Guard troops. It is against the law for those federalized troops to participate in arrests, and they are now admitting to doing that, not realizing apparently that it is against the law. The commander in charge, Major General Scott Sherman, told the Associated Press today that National Guard troops already have temporarily detained civilians in the Los Angeles protests over immigration raids, but they quickly turned them over to law enforcement. He said those temporary detentions were in the past few days, and there haven't been many recently as things have calmed down in the city. The troops do not participate in the actual arrests or law enforcement activities and instead immediately let go of the person once police get them under control or put them in handcuffs. That means the troops actually do participate in the arrests. If you detain a person for another law enforcement official, you have indeed participated in the arrest. That makes it very likely that all of those arrests in which a member of the National Guard put hands on a person will be thrown out of court. If those National Guard troops are activated by a governor, that changes their capacity to participate in law enforcement exercises within that state. It also, as we've learned tonight, gets them paid. But that's not what happened here. What you're seeing in Los Angeles is the failure of Donald Trump's mass deportation promise to his followers. We have not had mass deportations. We have not had mass arrests. We have had small-scale deportations and small-scale arrests for a president who promised to deport 15 million people. That's 4 million people a year that Donald Trump would have to deport in his presidency. Donald Trump would need to have deported at least 1 million people by now, and he's not close to being on schedule. Donald Trump has to deport hundreds of thousands of people. To be on schedule for deporting 15 million people, Donald Trump needs to deport 11,000 people a day, and he hasn't done that on a single day. Donald Trump is arresting dozens of people a day in this country, dozens. On Friday at a garment factory and a warehouse in Los Angeles, he got 46. That was his big day, 46. And now he sent the National Guard and the Marines to deal with just the reaction to him rounding up 46 people when he's supposed to be rounding up 11,000 a day. So Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign has failed completely, and he knows it. And so he has put on this reality TV show using troops to try to convince his uninformed followers who are being lied to by Fox that the Trump deportation scheme is underway. 46. He got 46 on Friday. He's supposed to get 10,000 every day, and he's failing to do it every single day. And that is why Stephen Miller and Donald Trump told ICE agents to just go out where it's easiest to find people, and that is where you find the hardest working people in America. The people who are picking our vegetables in California, they're now being threatened by ICE agents. The people who are making our garments in garment factories, these are hardworking people. None of them are gang members. None of them are putting together drug deals at their sewing machines. They're the people who Donald Trump is getting because the mass deportation promise was always a lie. And the idea that the country is filled with easily findable, deportable criminals was always a lie. And Donald Trump is not finding and deporting criminals. If Donald Trump could deport a single dangerous criminal, he would parade that person in front of all of us and tell us exactly what crimes that person committed. And he hasn't done that once, not with one person. This is Donald Trump's hatred at work. And no American politician has wider ranging hatreds than Donald Trump. And no American politician has ever had wider ranging hatreds than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's hatreds include every single American who did not vote for him. And that means most Californians. Jim Newton, the former editor of Los Angeles Times, explains in Politico that what Donald Trump is doing is, quote, not just to be a bully, but to force a showdown of values, to bring California to heel, or at least to score points by trying. He authorized aggressive immigration raids in Los Angeles. Predictably, those neighborhoods where the raids occurred were shocked and frightened, and in many cases angry. Residents protested legally and peacefully at first. Then, with mounting fury, LAPD dispersed the crowd on Friday night. It was akin to a championship celebration that got out of hand. On Saturday morning, the same streets that had been tense the night before woke up to calm. Diners lined up at the Grand Central Market in downtown Los Angeles for breakfast. The March of Dimes held a rally across from City Hall. LAPD officers had a booth. One joined the line dancing. Children played cornhole and munched on crushed ice. That felt like life returning to normal, but Trump could not allow Los Angeles and California to right itself, because to allow California to persevere is to risk allowing its values to prevail. Instead, Trump railed at Newsom and Bass and directed the National Guard to deploy in the city. That gave protesters another reason to be angry, and by Sunday afternoon, a much larger demonstration erupted and then cascaded into the night with scattered acts of violence. Still not satisfied, Trump sent active duty Marines, and so this government-induced unrest continues. If the goal is to calm Los Angeles, the solution would be simple. Withdraw federal forces and let the LAPD and Sheriff's Department do their jobs. But that's not the goal. The unrest goes on because Trump needs it to. He's not just fighting for deportations. He's fighting for his values in a state that rejects them. Jim Newton also described the California values this way. In California, reverence for the coastline, redwoods, and interior forests was a bipartisan commitment, but as Republicans increasingly came to represent business over stewardship and corporations over consumers, Californians who identified with environmental concerns gravitated to the Democratic Party. By 2020, Trump and other Republicans were calling climate change a hoax, and California rejected them. Joe Biden beat Trump here by almost 30 points. Meanwhile, the state's demographics were changing. Once part of Mexico, California has always been closely connected to its southern neighbor, with whom it shares ties of culture, trade, and family. The percentage of the state whose residents are of Mexican or Latino origin has steadily grown since the 1950s to the point that Latinos are now the state's largest ethnic group, having surpassed whites. And of course, when California was still Mexico, Spanish speakers were the only people of European origin in California. Jim Newton explains, although California is a powerful donor state to the federal government, taxpayers here pay about $80 billion a year more than the state receives in federal services. Trump withheld support for homeowners devastated by January wildfires, demanding that federal aid be contingent on the state adopting voter ID laws to curb fictional voter abuse that Trump believes cost him the state in his losing campaigns here. That was an attempt at bribery. It failed. Now comes force. Donald Trump's force will not work. California will defeat Trumpism in the streets of Los Angeles, just as California defeated Donald Trump on every California ballot where his name has appeared. In California, Donald Trump has gone too far. After this break, California Senator Adam Schiff will join us. Today, the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, said this.
So we started off by hearing the administration wanted to go after violent felons, gang members, drug dealers. But when you raid Home Depots and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you're not trying to keep anyone safe. You're trying to cause fear and panic. And when you start deploying federalized troops on the heels of these raids, it is a drastic and chaotic escalation and completely unnecessary. These aren't the criminals the administration is allegedly targeting. These are mothers and fathers, restaurant workers, seamstress, home care workers, everyday Angelenos trying to make a living. We've heard stories of unmarked federal vans parked near LAUSD school graduations. a U.S. citizen 9 months pregnant who was hospitalized after being detained by federal agents, and an apparel business in downtown LA raided, where many Korean and Latino workers work long hours to support their families.
Leading off our discussion tonight is Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California. He's a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee and a former member of the House January 6th Committee. Senator Schiff, thank you very much for being here tonight. As the senator representing California, what is it that you want people to know about tonight, about what's happening there?
Well, I think it really all comes back to the original lie of the Trump campaign, his first campaign, right when he came down that golden escalator and tried to tell the American people that everyone coming to this country as an immigrant or a migrant was some kind of a murderer or a rapist or people who meant to do Americans harm. When the vast, vast majority of people coming here want to work, they want to try to provide for themselves and their family. And this is what they've done. In fact, immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than people that are born in America. But having told that lie to the American people, he then told another lie that he was going to focus on those violent criminals. And of course, not finding enough of those violent criminals to go after, he's now engaging in these indiscriminate raids. They're chasing farm workers through fields. They're showing up at schools. They're showing up outside of a Home Depot. They're just grabbing people at traffic stops. They say they're looking for one person, but they're grabbing anybody they can get. And yes, people are going to protest that. And yes, people are going to be angry and they're going to be fearful. And then, for Donald Trump to add fuel to the fire by federalizing the Guard over the objection of the governor, by calling in the Marines effectively, this is an arsonist trying to set fire to things. And with predictable results. But I think the mayor was right to impose a curfew to make sure that we maintain the calm. We've been making constant calls, all of us, to remain peaceful, not take the bait that Donald Trump is offering. But, I think things are improving in Los Angeles. Each day seems to be more quiet than the day before. And I can tell you this, working very closely with the immigrant community and the stakeholders, they are very well organized. They get out the message, we don't want violence. The people using violence are people like, moth to a flame who just like to seize any opportunity for mayhem. And there are going to be people like that in any city. And those people should be arrested and prosecuted if they're using violence of any kind. But people need to protest and express themselves, as indeed we can expect this coming weekend over Trump's other abuse of the military to provide him a birthday party.
The Attorney General today was asked by Garrett Haake about if you're so upset about Los Angeles, what about January 6th? And the Attorney General said, well, what's going on in Los Angeles is ongoing. First of all, it was just gibberish. She didn't answer the question at all, but she pretended that it's an ongoing thing when in fact it is not. There is nothing happening in Los Angeles day to day that requires a massive intervention. What would you want the Attorney General to know about January 6th that apparently she doesn't know?
Well, January 6th, there were hundreds of police officers that were beaten and gouged and bear sprayed. And among the very first acts of this president on his first day in office was to give pardons to those violent criminals. So when we hear the president say that he backs law enforcement, when we hear the Attorney General say it, when we hear people like Kash Patel say it, it all comes across as a big fat lie, because the very first day in office, they did exactly the opposite. And this cannot be situational. You're either supportive of law enforcement or you're not. I'm supportive of law enforcement, whether it's on January 6th or today. It doesn't matter the context. Violence against law enforcement is never justified. But for them, if you're using violence against law enforcement in the service of Donald Trump, then anything goes.
California Senator Adam Schiff, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Lawrence.
And coming up, the most unqualified and incompetent Secretary of Defense in history appeared in a Senate subcommittee hearing today, and he got exactly one answer right. You'll see that next. There is no dispute that Pete Hegseth is the most unqualified and incompetent Secretary of Defense in history, and he is the first Secretary of Defense in history who promised he would quit drinking if he got the job. As of tonight, no one has any idea if he is living by that promise. In a Senate subcommittee hearing today, chaired by Senator Mitch McConnell, Pete Hegseth actually got the first question right. And after that, even though he appeared to be completely sober, his words were pure gibberish.
Number one, who's the aggressor and who's the victim in the conflict?
Russia's the aggressor.
Which side do you want to win?
As we've said time and time again, this president is committed to peace in that conflict. Ultimately, peace serves our national interests, and we think the interest of both parties, even if that outcome will not be preferable to many in this room and many in our country.
Simple question, which side do you want to win, is the question Pete Hegseth couldn't answer. The United States had an answer when Hitler was on the march in Europe. Before Hitler declared war on the United States, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt made it very clear that he wanted Hitler to lose, and he wanted France and England to win, and he wanted Poland to survive. And if you think that example that I'm using is strained in this case, it turned out to be exactly the example that Republican Senator Lindsey Graham used today when he compared the situation with Russia and Ukraine to the 1930s.
Is Putin going to stop in Ukraine?
I don't believe he is, sir. I think he'll
What do you
go
think?
until...
What do you think, Secretary? Is he going to stop?
Remains to be seen, Senator.
Well, he says he's not. This is the 30th all over. It doesn't remain to be seen. He tells everybody around what he wants to do.
Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado. He's a member of the House Armed Services Committee, a former U.S. Army Ranger. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Congressman Crow. What was your reaction to Pete Hegseth not knowing who he wants to win in Russia's war against Ukraine?
Pete Hegseth is exactly the failed leader that we knew he would be from day one. The man cannot answer basic questions about the department and the men and women that he leads. The man's entire senior leadership team has essentially resigned in the last few weeks. His response to that is that they're disgruntled. He literally just hired these people weeks ago. He is disgruntling people at a record-breaking pace. But listen, he wasn't hired to run this department. He was hired by Donald Trump to play a Secretary of Defense on TV, and that's what we see happening this week. He's talking in sound bites. He's not answering questions. He's combative. This is exactly what Donald Trump hired him to do. Unfortunately, the DOD is rudderless and without a competent leader at the top.
And we saw him contradicted by Donald Trump's new favorite general right beside him, who said, yeah, he thinks